and welcome to the stream. My name is Lee, and today it is virtual Greyhawk Con. Yes, I know I'm 10 minutes late. Sorry about that. Welcome. I'm Lee. I have two lovely players here who are agreed to join me for this epic Thirsty Sword Lesbians one-shot as part of virtual Greyhawk Con in 2024. And I didn't do the thing, because I am slow. And if you miss the live stream, the video will be available on my YouTube. Actually, like within a week or two, instead of like years later, like the most of the Good Morning Greyhawks, which are still coming out for 2022 because you know. And then so why don't we have our two players introduce? We got on top Jeff and then Dennis. So why don't you each introduce yourself? It's in the opposite order of my thingy, but that's okay. Introduction, person name, character name, pronouns, anything you feel compelled to tell the people of the world about yourself. You know, I'll let you do your introductions when you want to say. Okay, and I'll mute while you do that.
Who did you want to start?
I was thinking you because you're on top, but either way.
I can't tell that I'm on top because I had a bunch of ads going.
Ah, yes.
Okay. All right. So, hey. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen who are up at this early time. I am Sigmund. Also, my real name is Jeff, but most people online know me as Sigmund. I am an artist, and also I'm in the process of training for the 2026 as a Winter Olympics as a ski jump contestant. But I'm on break now, and I'm thankful that Lee invited me to help pass the time during my downtime doing that. And that's me.
Oh, sorry, other player.
Right. I'm Dennis. You obviously know me around the Twitch as Phantom491. I played with Lee a couple years ago, liked it, decided to come back this year, give Lee a little bit of a hassle, and then so here we go.
Here we go. We're playing today Thirsty Sword Lesbians, and which is a very fun little game. I did modify the rules a little bit to allow for physical injury and possibly death if you go at the hands, if you're not careful, at the hands of the, well, you'll see who you may or may not die by the hands of. But yeah. So our tale begins in Hardby, thriving, bustling city, right on the River Selatine on Relmore Bay. Boats going in and out, people all over. Greta, who, Dennis, you are similar to the last time. You are morning exercises, doing push-ups and stuff. You are have been under the employ of the Despotrix for a while now. After you came to, after your days as a slaver, you've turned yourself around. You've been working for the Despotrix, and you've specifically been working for her great niece, Phoenix. As a bodyguard and companion, and getting into all sorts of figuring out. The Despotrix has kind of started counting on you guys as, you know, be all end all, not be all end all, but like anytime something goes weird, she summons you guys.
We're the cleanup crew.
You to fix things. And
we're the cleanup crew.
So I know Greta then.
You've probably heard of her. I would say, in your dealings of Hardby, you've been working for the Thieves Guild for a couple years now. You've been in and out of the city. You left Greyhawk and just kind of right back into, have been here. You've fallen with the Thieves Guild. It's not a bad, gig. It's a decent pay as long as you stay within the who you can steal from and who you can't. You keep track of that sort of thing. And the guild's been half decent to you. But this morning, you happen to be in the guild hall.
Right.
Off of your recent job, just kind of sitting, having a cup of tea, just vibing, and you get approached, actually, by the head of the Thieves Guild, or rather a representative thereof,
Okay.
who kind of sits down next to you. So, Nelf,
Yes, my dear. What can I do for you?
she huffs a little but says, "All right, I was sent to a note from the Despotrix herself."
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
And what does the Despotrix want with a
She needs
member
someone,
like myself?
She needs someone discreet, someone who can handle themselves in tricky situations, and well, she needs an investigation into a theft of sorts.
Intriguing.
Yes.
Now I am now while I am good at what I do, I'm not sure I've ever been called discreet.
Well,
We'll see what we can do.
given the other person she's likely to send, I think you'll blend in quite well.
All right. Well, hopefully this will go. I figured this was more of a higher class mission since you took the time to sit down instead of glowering at me from a standing position. So I feel I should reciprocate. Where would you like me to go?
Head over to the Despatrix. Tell them here. Change you a small piece of paper with a seal. Show them this.
Okay.
They will let you in the audience chamber. If you go through the palace up to the
Okay.
go to the end of the hallway and turn right. Very obvious, big doors. It's an audience chamber.
I will prepare myself immediately. Or is this in the future? When am I
Within
supposed
the
to
hour, I would say.
go? Oh, then I cannot linger here. I must get ready. She says. She no stands up and curtsies and without waiting for a word from the representative heads towards her chambers. I
Yeah,
guess
you have a room in the
to
guild
get
house
prepared.
that has a small. It's a
Okay.
very small room, but you upgraded to your own because you've been there for long enough. So
When she goes there, she picks out her most ridiculously tight outfit and a large flowing cape.
ooh, there you go.
I don't know. It said in her description that she likes to wear tight outfits. So
Yeah.
okay. So she's got like a that's this is more meant for show than for practical thief activities.
Fair enough. So you have a ridiculous tight outfit, big flowing cape. We just came
And
back on a break, so I want
an elaborate looking rapier
yes.
at her side. That is also, despite its gaudy look, it's actually it's quite functional.
It's got
I
a
mean,
good
it's not
blade.
it's not magical or anything, but it is well built.
Yeah, it's good
So,
blade, masterwork. Definitely good sword.
okay. And once prepared, she will head on over to. Was it meant? Was she meant to have packed a bag or anything like
You
that?
never specified, so your pick if you
Well,
want
then
to pack a bag or not.
well, she'll pack a small pouch of useful items like
Yeah.
her tools and
Yeah.
maybe
There's no Thirsty Sword Lesbians is pretty loose with the inventory, so I will say any non-magical thing that you could fit into a backpack that's readily available in Heartbeat. Like you don't have diamonds or anything, but you can have grappling hook, rope, anything like that. Since you said you're packing a bag, I will just say
No more venturing gear.
yeah, you have that stuff. If you need it you can say I have this, and like I'll, if it's really outrageous, but
she doesn't have
I got a 21-foot pole that collapses, and
you can have a 10-foot. How about that?
Oh, but it's also got to be collapsible. So
yeah, 10-foot
Well,
collapsible. I'll let you have a 10-foot collapsible.
If you're trying to make a show, you have to have at least an 11-foot pole, just
right.
to be elaborate enough that people are like, ooh. That's bigger than
Listen,
your
if you
normal
want to
pole.
roll for having a 12-foot pole instead of a 10, I'll let you do it.
My character will actually not have a backpack, but like a small satchel of stuff
Sure.
that she carries because a backpack would ruin the lines of her outfit,
Yeah, but a
and she is
satchel wouldn't.
completely against
Yeah, you don't want to
that
ruin your
sort of
outfit.
interference in her work.
Absolutely.
So
Oh,
she's got a small
okay.
pouch, but
So in other words, she's
carries
a more style over substance.
exactly.
Okay. We have a
Wait,
little bit.
you say that like it's a bad thing.
Style's important. Flair is important. Kit, is this better? I had to tweak the mic levels a little bit. That happened at the what's the other one?
Hey,
The Rogue Trader. If you look at the if the video, you're like, I am
Mhm.
much quieter than you guys. Yes. Okay. Good. I had to adjust the
Much
levels
better.
on this end.
Okay, cool.
Technical
her
difficulties. Wouldn't be
no
stream without 'em.
philosophy.
But fairly minor. Yes. So, Greta, meanwhile, you are off in the courtyard with your usual exercises, and you're approached by a page who looks a little nervous, but she's gotten used to you. You know her. You recognize her. She's
As
a
she's
squire
approaching,
of one of the
I'll
other guards.
make my last swing, taking off the head of the dummy, and so yeah.
And she kind of
And
flinches
then
a
I'll,
little bit.
then I'll kind of like just put my sword down. Yes.
Hi, Greta. Listen, the Despotrix is. We have a bit of a problem, just a little bit, and Despotrix thinks, she wants you, as your usual problem-solving skills.
Okay. Give me a chance to get cleaned up.
Yeah, within the hour, she said. So.
At 45 minutes, I'm there.
All right, and Paige gives a little bow, and you recognize her. She's like becoming less and less nervous around you as you've been here longer. But still a little. You are very intimidating. I believe 8 feet tall, half ogre for Greta.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
yeah.
I'm a big girl.
Yeah, big girl. Sorry. There are okay. If this comes up, but depending on what you need for information, you might be able to leverage that. In the meanwhile, yes.
Well, I'm very good at intimidation.
Oh yeah. So you show up at the Despotrix, and you find yourself alone in the audience chamber for the first time. Usually she has you as part of a team. She'll assemble her team, usually Phoenix, and then you and whoever else is around to help with whoever she feels like would be good for the job, which is, depending, there's been 2 other one-shots, so you, but yes, she usually assembles
I've
a
worked
team.
with a few different people.
Yeah. Phoenix and you and whoever else, but it's just you this time, so far. Now, this is where, now, if you are on your way, you go down the hallway, the guard kind of looks you up and down, blinks a few times, and the other guard, who happens to be a guy, kind of, you can see a little whistle, and then composes himself a little, and but you show them the seal, and they give a nod, and they tell you, go down to the end of the hallway, on the right, when it tees off at the intersection in the big doors. You can't miss them. So, you are in the palace, or the Despotrix Maison. It's not quite a palace, but it's a big, grand house. It's like the ruler of the city. And
It's
you're there.
Harpy's equivalent of a palace,
Yeah.
which is not a palace, but still.
Yeah, Despotrix is not a queen, but it is Grand Maze, very much. So you're there, up the front door, onto the hallway, unless you want to do something different. But the grand doors are right in front of you. You're just gonna go in, or how are you gonna play that? There's another guard on the door, but you show them the thing, and they're like, give you a nod, and they go to open the doors. How you want to do it?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
I'm already inside.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's kind of.
okay, I
Greta's
got a
kind of
little lost
there,
listening.
and the Despotrix has one more who should be arriving.
So
Hopefully soon.
now approaches the two guards and looks at them both over and says, "You gentlemen are guards, right?"
They both give a nod.
And she takes her gear bag and hands it to one of them. Then guard this, please. And then she hands the note to the other guy to show that she's been requested to present herself.
And the guard kind of looks at you, frowns, but rolls her eyes, but says, "All right." But looks at the note and is like, "Okay." And a little bit miffed at being sent to guard possessions. But the guard does open the door, and they pull it back, and the Despotrix is up there. She has a chair. It's not exactly a throne, but it's a chair and a little bit of dais, and then the area around, two guards on either side.
Okay.
And
When she does, do you remember Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory when Gene Wilder makes his introduction and like rolls into rolls towards the crowd
like a somersault? Yeah, go for
like
it.
a somersault? She's going to do that and stand up and put her arm out. She goes, "Good evening, Despotrix."
She looks.
No, you have, and I guess I get to make a daring.
Oh, is there a playbook move that's
I'm
grand
doing
entrance? Okay.
the main attraction. When you make a dramatic entrance, roll with plus grace.
Okay. How
And
does
so
the dramatic entrance
does
go?
that
So
mean-
it's 2d6, and you add your grace, which is pretty high, if I recall correctly. I think I bumped it
Yeah,
up
you
one.
did. You gave me a really high grace.
Yes, I bumped it
And-
up because I gave you each
Ooh.
+1.
So I got an 8, and that's +2. So that puts me.
That's
at
a 10. 10 plus, which is good results. So
I get
it
to
should say if it's a
choose.
playbook move what that does. 10 plus.
I get 2. I get to choose 2,
Ooh, all right.
and I will. You hold the attention of one person as long as you deliver them. That's not that great. I am going to take a string on someone present.
Yeah.
And who am I allowed to do that to in the room?
You can take. I would say you could take one on the Despotrix or one on Greta. I guess you could take one on either of the guards. I will say they're NPCs and that they probably won't come into play later unless you.
Right.
Um.
Okay, so how attractive are Greta or the Despotrix?
Despotrix is pushing 50, but not bad looking. She's well done up and
He's well kept.
yes, well kept, but she is definitely up there. Whereas Greta is an 8-foot tall half ogre. I mean,
That doesn't mean she's not attractive. She can't do like
that's
a muscle
true.
mama.
It's but that depends on your vibes. If 8-foot tall, heavily muscled half ogres are your thing, very attractive. If you're a little intimidated by that, less so. But I will leave that up to discretion of, how you want to play the character.
Well, I don't know Greta's role, right? So I don't know that I'm adventuring with her.
Yeah, no, you don't know her, but you
So
also notice that she's standing,
I'm saying about it. But is there columns in this room?
is there what?
Is there like columns in this room?
There are a few toward the edges.
Okay, I'm standing next to one of the columns. I've got my sword out. Like it looks like I got whetstone. Just kind of
Yeah, okay.
So
not
Greta looks like a
nonchalantly, but just standing here, big bulky, big ugly sword.
Yeah, and also, you would note, I will say this, that the sword is very distinctive type, and you're like, oh, because you don't like to work with slavers, even the Thieves Guild is like, no. But, you do know that there was a bit of trouble with them last year, and those are the swords, that's the kind of sword a slaver would have. The sword Greta's got. Very distinctive, you're like, oh, those are the ones the slavers wield. Which
Okay.
is,
Well, then I'll use it on the. I'll try to use any to get a string from the.
yeah, you get a
Despotrix.
string on the Despotrix, which can be
That-
turned in later for, let's see.
Favors.
Yes, you can use influence with a string, and if you need to pull a favor or something, you can pull the string out and think of it like heartstring. It's like
Okay.
yeah, it's a bit of emotional. Like she's impressed. She's like, oh, dang, all right.
Like I said, I guess I used the second one to hold the attention of one person as long as you deliver a dramatic speech. And
Sure.
so she'll introduce herself and give a dramatic speech about how she's heard such good things about the Despotrix, and she is looking forward to helping her with any problems that she might have.
Okay. Sure. Give a suitably dramatic speech. Roll 10 plus. You know. Yes, she gives your great speech. And the Despotrix gives a little bit of a smile. I see. I was thinking subtlety, but I think this might work. She gives you a little bit of a smile.
Well, she gives a smile back and says, well, I can be subtle when needed.
Excellent. So can my other participant in this adventure.
Does the Despotrix make any move that would signify who that other participant would be?
She kind of
Like, does she
glances
look?
to the side,
Yeah.
but
I'll see. I'll follow her gaze to see if I can figure out who she's referring to.
she looks kind of toward one of the columns, and you see against the column
The
half
flavor.
over the sword, and you're like, oh, her.
And she raises an eyebrow mostly at the can be discreet part, like 8 foot discreet. Oh, this should be interesting. I can't wait to see how this plays out.
Yeah. This Patrick gives a nod and says, I have a bit of a conundrum, you might say. Phoenix was supposed to be here today, and is not. And she's very punctual, so I'm a bit worried. I sent a page to go fetch her. She was overseeing repairs on her boat, and neither her nor the boat are there. So,
Well,
one might
now,
surmise
who's
that
Phoenix?
something happened.
Have I heard of Phoenix?
But I do not know, and my influence on the docks is... The Watch is not exactly... they have full control of the docks, of course, but sometimes people are more hesitant. So, I thought perhaps Greta, of course, being bodyguard and compatriot to Greta, to Phoenix, and having worked with her in the past to be my eyes and ears...
And arms.
I would think that it would be prudent for her to investigate, and I thought perhaps she could use a little help for someone who was more well-versed with those of the docks and such. So I asked the Thieves Guild to send you, and I think they might have sent the right person for the job. It gives you a little smile. So, I will give you this, and she hands you a seal, another wax seal. Use sparingly, but if you should get into trouble with the Watch or anyone, it will give you a little bit of leeway. And and Greta, you have one as well. You usually
Right.
do
I
carry
actually
as
probably
well.
have some type of badge or something like that
Yes,
I just wear. So
you have a little...
because I'm like honorary city watch /
Yeah, well,
bodyguard
you're more of
slash
her personal guard.
slash.
Yeah, you do have a small sigil indicating you're part of the personal guard. You don't usually... Well, you can wear it
I'll
around...
always wear it,
You always wear it, okay.
but it's like usually inside the lapel,
Ah, yes, you can... Alright,
so I can.
yes. But yeah, and the guards too know you. You're very distinctive, and they know you're reformed.
I think I'm the only half ogre in the
yes,
area.
you are
I mean,
currently the only half ogre on the Despotrix's guard.
so,
no.
yeah,
Yes,
I'm rather infamous that way.
Yeah.
So, being a regular in the Thieves Guild and Greta being the only half ogre on the Despotrix's guard, I guess I'm at least familiar with her.
Yeah,
her
you've
reputation?
heard the rumors, and that's the ogre or the half ogre is working for the Despotrix. You've heard rumors. You've seen her around a few times. Um,
So, Dennis, tell me, inform me what kind of reputation Greta would have with the Thieves Guild. Do it like interactions with them.
um, you are known. She's known to the Thieves Guild. Uh, in the past
I,
few months, she's been sent on a few investigations, and so they've kind of kept tabs as directly working for the Despotrix, but subtle, and she hasn't given the Thieves Guild any trouble yet, and she's known to
Okay.
be, um,
very direct.
yeah, direct, but not violent, and someone to
Okay.
watch
Oh,
out
that's what
for.
I need to know.
Um,
Like, is she bashing heads on the docks, or is she,
no,
When the situation calls for it, but usually just my presence is enough to settle the situation.
Oh, I can believe it.
yeah,
Okay. Good enough.
That and this, I put half draw the sword and put it back.
Well,
Sometimes infamy can be a good thing.
yes, people often underestimate the value that reputation can provide a person. Aids and such things as diplomacy. All right, so
yeah,
apparently you and I will be working together, as you know. My name is Nelf, and
Greta,
she kind of grins when she says that, as that's probably not really her real name, but as a thief, I mean, you're probably familiar with that. A lot of thieves don't
I
use real
I used to
names,
work be part of the underworld. I know all about names.
So, let us
But
begin.
why should I hide behind a name? I mean, that's hard for me to hide. Period.
Exactly. So, do you know where this boat is normally located?
I've been to it a few times. Usually parks at and there
Yeah,
is moored at yada 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 dock. He stays what he tries to stay away from the warehouse district, but sometimes he has to because the normal docks are full. He sometimes has had to park there, but or she, but yeah,
yeah. Phoenix, had put it up at the main dock. It's been there for a while. Um,
she
it's
was
been under repair for a while. At the kind of at the
she
edge
she
of the
had a
main
little
dock.
rough incident with it before recently, so
do I know who Phoenix is or have heard of that person?
Yes, you would know. Since the incident with the slavers, Phoenix Nabella is the heir apparent. The Despotrix is kind of setting her up to be the next Despotrix
Oh,
because she's kind of older and she wants to have an heir. There is a formal process of, um, approval by the rest of the city, the guilds and such in Heartbeat, but she's kind of set up and she's well liked. The Thieves Guild is doesn't have any official endorsement, but they understand that Phoenix would be half decent and won't interfere with them too much. So they're generally,
excellent.
from what you hear about the high ups in the Thieves Guild, they're generally in favor of her. But she's around the city, showing herself, representing the Despotrix, especially in the past few months, kind of investigating on behalf of the Despotrix occasionally. Yeah, you've heard of what's a few incidents here and there where she's been sent to investigate. So you're like, okay, I know. Oh, Phoenix, her, yeah, that and her heir. Okay.
and I'm pretty sure that these girls been keeping tabs on her since she's the heir apparent. They want to know what they're going to be possibly getting in the future.
Exactly. They have kind of,
They've started a portfolio per se.
almost certainly, yes. So you would have heard of that, and like, Phoenix, all right. And then you realize, oh, she's missing. That can't be good. But however you want to think on that.
So, Nelf is going to suddenly realize the importance of this mission. While she was expecting, like something had to be recovered or like documents had been stolen or something like, more international. This is a big deal, finding the heir apparent to the kingdom or the city.
Heartbeat is an independent city-state. It
Right.
was part of the Landgraf and the Celatin for a while, and there was a lot of ties between that and Greyhawks. They were kind of under Greyhawk's thumb, but now that the Landgrafdom has dissolved, this, as a note to those who know a little bit about Greyhawk War, this is 570s, so just before the Greyhawk Wars.
Gotcha.
You can see, anyone who's kind of canny on international politics knows the Scarlet Brotherhood's around. There's problems in the East with the Great Kingdom. There's a lot going on. It's definitely prepping for war. Think Europe in the late 1890s, early 1910s, right before where the powder keg, and just one assassination away from war. So, yeah. But for now, Hardby is completely independent, and it's its own entity.
Well, I do like encountering the Scarlet Brotherhood. I love a organization that puts such a high priority in dancing around during a battle.
But yeah, so there's all of that going on, and the Despotrix heir is missing, presumably. So that's a fun thing. Could be she just got caught up in repairs, but also the boat's not there, and Greta, you would know, it definitely wasn't fit to sail. Almost, but there were still a few tweaks, and she wasn't planning to actually test it on the water for another week at least.
Right. So no chance of her just deciding to sail off to one of the islands to have a little whatever.
Very unlikely. Not impossible. She does have her. Although
she has her moments.
Yeah. She also has next week the official dedication ceremony for the young, one of her suitors' young nieces. So that's coming later in the week. So you would think she'd be, but that. But yeah. So. So yeah, you guys are now you're working together. You've met each other. What's your first move? You have the Despotrix's blessing. You have. She says, don't do anything. Don't bang any skulls. Try not to kill anyone. But you guys have reign of the city. Investigate how you will. She's trusting you, especially about it. She's seen how you work. She knows you can handle yourself, and she knows probably knows what's going on in the city. So she's kind of just turning you guys loose. So what's your plan?
I'm thinking we should probably head down to the harbor master, because they keep records of comings and goings of the various sea vessels.
All right, let's do that. But I need to stop by the guards on the way out. I left some of my possessions there.
You didn't notice it, but I had my knapsack next to me. I just sling it over my shoulder as I head out.
Yeah, you would have known that there's probably going to be some traveling complications involved, and prepared accordingly. The same rule applies of anything non-magical that's fairly common you can have in your backpack. I'm not going to make you keep track of exactly in minutia what you have in there. GM's discretion if it's anything complicated, but most of the time, you can have that. That's plausible that you would have put that in there.
Sure. I got a trebuchet in it.
Trebuchet wouldn't fit. A slingshot, maybe a mini something, depending on what you want to do.
Okay, on our way out, I will grab my I will take my satchel from the guard and thank him.
Yeah,
doing such a fine job of not having my satchel stolen in 5 minutes time. You're quite good at your job, aren't you?
And she kind of huffs and hands it over. And she's like narrowed eyes, trying to figure out if you're being facetious or not. But she gives you a little bit of a nod.
I don't say anything. I just nod at the guards as I walk out.
Yeah, and they give you a nod back. They know you've trained with them before. You know these. They know you.
I've probably given them a few bruises before.
Yeah, you're quite the sparring partner. You don't try to be violent but you're.
Well, usually like 2 to 3 of them at a time against me, because I one-on-one, I can't, it doesn't do anything for me. I'm like, okay.
But yeah, you've definitely been known to be vicious with the trainings, even with the wooden training swords. They've started having you put padding on them to avoid any like fractures. But they since that one incident. But yeah.
Yes, you gotta remind me of that one incident. Jeez.
But yeah, you are out and about. The guards give you a nod. You head down the hallway toward the front door, out into the courtyard, and then out into the city proper.
So
You are out in the streets of Hardby.
Do I know the harbor master?
Yes, you've had a few run-ins.
Oh, so they're run-ins. Okay.
You've had run-ins. I know the harbor master. I had to, I've had to run a couple errands down here for the Spotric. So
yeah.
So Nelf will, as the closer we get to the harbor master, the more she'll start slinking behind Greta, just so she doesn't draw attention to herself from the harbor master if they've had run-ins before, because I guess they're looking for a positive outcome out of this.
Yeah. Positive outcome would be preferable.
Like she'll take like one step backwards and then like one step to the right behind Greta as they get to their.
I'll kind of give her the side, like over the shoulder side eye look, and just make a little nod to myself and keep on. And my purposeful stride, which my purposeful stride would be probably you almost running to keep up.
But I do it
I sometimes
gracefully
forget
because I'm
my
an elf.
size, and that you little people can't walk as fast as I can.
All right, so Greta's making tracks, and you are being sneaky, trying to keep up, but also just like maybe not sneaking exactly, but trying to keep yourself behind. So your plan.
Are you still wearing that flamboyant, ridiculous cloak?
Oh yeah, because I haven't had a chance to. I didn't get a chance to change. We just headed right out the door.
Okay. Yeah. So you have the long billowy. What color? Black.
It would be black with a gold trim, and it has a nice pattern that I like, a gold pattern on it. That's not really overt, but adds to the flair of the fabric, I guess.
Okay. So you have this very gorgeous cloak and just basic pants and shirts underneath. Nothing particularly fancy in that.
No, it's her. She's wearing a tight leather outfit that is very expensive and very attention drawing.
I see. Okay. So yeah, you're coming through the streets of Hardby, and you've been you are a known quantity. People are like, oh,
she's quite convinced that she'll be able to allay some of the eyes on her due to the 8-foot muscle mama in front of her that looks like they could, chop a tree in half. So she's just hiding in the shadow of her companion right now.
Yeah,
that she can.
That's
and a lot of people recognize my long stride as okay. Greta's on a mission. Stay out of her way.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, you head through the streets. We had an ad break, but you're all back. Okay. Yeah. So you're heading through the streets. Greta's being quick. You're trying to be a little slinky. Behind you guys are, and everyone kind of looks up and like, oh, you were part of that incident. And they're like, yeah. They're like, yes, that's the Despotrix's special forces. We should be careful with that. A problem, But yeah, you are on your way. Sorry. You pass a few houses and wend your way down, and businesses, and you wend your way down to the docks, and the harbor master is kicking around. You notice in dispute with a few people, but they walk away grumbling, one of the captains, and the harbor master just sighs, briefly taps her temple, just, all right, and kind of checks some notes, and she's free for half a minute, so this is your chance to talk to her. Kind of like
I walk up to her and greet her.
And she spins,
I don't know her name off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't either, but she kind of spins, oh, yes, Greta, welcome. You are, yes, you're here. What can I do for you? Patrick's need something?
Yes, Phoenix. How do you know where her boat went?
Not quite. We know it wasn't here this morning and she didn't file any plans for leaving, so that is, we'll have to have a discussion on that when she gets back, presumably, but the boat was, from what I report, seaworthy but not quite finished yet. I left in the middle of the night, I think. I came in this morning and boat's gone.
And the night watch didn't see anything or report anything?
No, although, I haven't had quite a chance to look at the reports, but, they generally focus on the docks themselves. The boats, unless anyone's overtly there, they have, it's something of a, but we don't have a huge problem with piracy. We have more trouble on the docks themselves. They
Right,
did
that
note
understands.
that, let's see, what did they note? One of the boats left, but they saw a boat leave, but that was it. Possible incident, but
What
they
bells?
can't give chase.
What bell did it leave? As in what time?
Just past midnight, they said there was one fewer. So, sometime, or rather, 3 o'clock. So they said it was probably around midnight, but at midnight it was there. 3 hours passed, it wasn't. Whatever conclusion you can draw from that.
Okay. I would like to go investigate the slip that the boat was parked at.
Sure.
So I'll make my thank you very much, and I will immediately just turn and start walking.
Okay, and Nelf, roll, I would say, a plus grace.
Plus grace. Okay. Let's see. I rolled an 8 plus 2. So I got roll 6 and a 2 plus 2 more, 10.
All right, a 10 plus. I would say with that, the Watchmaster doesn't seem to notice you, or at least doesn't give indication that they have any kind of notes.
Okay, so it says here that when never mind. It says that I have to return to a town I've been to before. I've been here. Never mind. I was looking at my notes on my different playbook moves.
Yes.
And I have one called One in Every Port.
Yeah. So yes, you are definitely familiar with the women. Well, those in the area.
Okay, so just to make sure that the harbor master knows that I'm on official business and not causing trouble, I'm gonna like flash my cloak, like the lapel of my cloak, just like I would like you know how Greta has her symbol hidden under her cloak or under the lapel. She's gonna do the same thing, but quick enough so that you can't really. There's obviously no badge under there, but she's gonna make it seem like there was, and then quickly move to follow Greta.
Okay. Yeah, you pull that off, and with plus grace you rolled earlier, I'd say our master doesn't seem to particularly cognizant of you. Like maybe recognizes you, but is not.
Assuming that you're with me, so you know you're good people, per se.
She may assume that I'm with you, but I don't know. But we apparently left on bad terms at some point.
Not exactly
So,
bad terms. It's just that she knows you're a member of the Thieves Guild, and you've definitely caused a little bit of trouble. Not like an active warrant for your arrest, but she's like, that one again.
and she was mad because we went out for drinks one night. Things didn't
You
end.
rebuffed her advances.
Yeah.
I've heard it all before.
Well, she smelled like sea salt. Come on.
And dead fish.
And dead fish. No one wants to go home with a dead fish. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but yes, you would know. Yeah, you definitely have a few young women, maybe men, in the port who you are familiar with, who are in that sort of way, who you could leverage for information or something if you wanted.
Don't steal so many omelets without breaking a few eggs along the way. Just saying.
Sure. That's one way to put it. But yes, yeah. So you go to the sloop, the vessel, and you notice an interesting about three berths over. There's a ship that is not flying any colors, which is unusual. Most of the ships have merchants. They have for whatever cities they're from, usually have their flags not flying, but at the bottom of the mast, kind of like, so everyone knows. They have names, and
they have their colors usually flying
exactly
somewhere or posted. This one is completely unposted, so that's yes.
Are there any sailors on this boat?
On this particular one,
Yeah, like any crews, like unloading and loading?
not this particular boat. No, it's quiet. There are a few
What type
around unloading other ships. There's a few. I think the technical term, longshoremen, stevedore, I think is the technical term according to Sable, because she researched it for her book. But yeah, there's a handful who are unloading in the cargo area, including one young lady who is well known to you. But
Oh,
yeah,
well known to Greta or to
to no.
No.
Yeah, she's very, very good with her tongue. I will just say that much. But
Okay, well then I say, hey, I might be able to get some information out of that particular lady.
What type of boat is this? Does it look like just a regular cargo vessel? Does it look like a pleasure vessel? Does it look like a war vessel?
It doesn't have any obvious weaponry as such. It's definitely ocean-bound. So, small ocean-bound though, but definitely seaworthy, not just for the rivers. It is small, it is slim. It's definitely built for stealth rather than for speed rather than any kind of cargo capacity. It probably has some capacity, but
okay,
fast, definitely built for speed.
Based on my past, does it look like a possible slaver's boat, or could
Most of
possibly tied?
you would say it doesn't have any of the obvious sign, like the subtle symbols that they use to identify. So it doesn't have any of that.
Like kind of like these marks. It don't have the slaver's marks. Got it.
Yeah, it doesn't have the little cant marks that let people know. But it also, it's similar design, and you know it's similar design. It's definitely not like a carrying ship for slaves. It's too small to really like.
Right, but it could be one of their slide in, grab one target and come out, or
possibly. Yeah, it's
if they need a stealth type mission, or it could be a rival Thieves Guild boat.
Possibly.
It may even be a Thieves Guild boat.
It might be. You don't know, but it definitely doesn't have any kind of cant messaging on it, and you do know. You don't know thieves can't exactly, but you know the kind of things to look out for, having been in.
I recognize marks, but I don't know what the marks mean.
Exactly, and it doesn't have any of those. But it is
that I can see.
That you can see.
They're usually very subtle.
True, they usually are very subtle, but you also know where people tend to put them. So, yeah, but it doesn't have any marks that you can see. And it is, yeah, it's just interesting. It's designed, you realize, to be plain. Like whoever put this together is very much making to look at unnoticeable. But there are similar design elements, and you're like, that's probably built by the same kind of shipwright. Okay. In where's the
So I'm gonna approach the lady that the woman that I know.
Yes, and she's
and I'll be like, Oh my gosh. What's her name? Do I know her
Her
name?
name is Nina. Yeah, give her that name, Nina.
Oh, Nina. It's been a while. Good to see you again.
And she spins around, blushes. Oh, you.
I I I didn't recognize you wearing that particular top.
Work. I'm working.
Oh, I know. You are working it, girl. How long have you been on this side of the docks? I thought you normally worked the other side.
She rolls her eyes. I, that was a few times, and I not working.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant you were unloading stuff.
Oh yeah, well, once or twice. I got a legit position here, and I don't want you to blow it for me.
Oh, I just have a question. Have you noticed anything about what's the deal with this awfully drab looking ship?
And she kind of looks at the one you mean, like, and frowns. Well, we haven't had any orders for cargo on or off. I'll tell you that much. Came into port a few days ago. It's
Mm-hmm.
been there. Hasn't no cargo on or off. It's a little weird, but it's been a few days. I mean, it hasn't been
Did,
that long.
did you
So
see
not long
any
enough for the harbor master to officially. I think it's 3 days with no cargo. The harbor master has to make a note, and there's a whole process. But no.
were there any sailors or crew?
I mean, a handful came off. I presume there were. I didn't
Did,
pay too much attention to it when it came in, but
did they look like they were from Hardby or did they look like they were from elsewhere?
a couple guards I've seen definitely not Hardby. They're trying, but the guards where they try to look like the foreign sailors. They dress up and they're like
Right. But they tried to look like Hardby guards?
not guards or anything, just like they try to mimic the street fashion. And they're
Gotcha.
they stick out like a sore thumb, but I think they're so slick. And then you know how it is. You probably loved a few of them in the day, I'm sure.
Well, I'm not trying to get you in trouble here. I just saw you and wanted to say hello, and we should definitely do drinks again some night if you're up for it.
Night after tomorrow, we're not working. If you're
Wow,
around, I'll be at the usual, and maybe I'll happen to be free. Hmm.
well, if I maybe happen to be in the area, I'll definitely maybe happen to come say hello. Have a good day. And she reaches over and to take her hand and kisses it and does a spin and heads back to Greta. And, Greta, well, I have at least a little bit of information about this
You see, Greta's got this big notebook, which for you would be the size of a tablet, but for her in her hands, it's like like the little notebook that a detective would have.
She's like, how is she writing in that little
I'm
tiny
making notes
little?
about the boat, guesstimating dimensions and stuff
All right.
and the fact that it's got no markings. I ask the harbor master about it, and basically making notes for myself to remind me to follow up on stuff.
All right,
And
you'll
I'll,
I'll
have
jot
a.
down any information you add to it.
yeah, she'll tell Greta about that the crew was obviously impersonating Hardby citizens and
Trying to
the
blend in.
trying to blend in, but there was no obvious reasons as to why they were doing such a thing.
Um,
Now,
The
I
boat itself is enough to have me curious.
I could try to investigate further if you would like,
How
but
far
that
are we
would
from the slip that Phoenix usually moors?
the one that's been moored in for repairs, about 3 boats over. So nearby, but not right next to. Now you also know that
Right.
right next to is a red flag, so you would put your you would know that it's
Yeah.
kind of common to be close but not too close. It's kind of a way of, especially to like official ones and hers. Anyone who would had dealings in Heartbeat would recognize her boat as belonging to the heir
Right.
apparent.
so what do you
Right.
think, Greta? Is it time for the Thieves Guild to inform the new boat that they owe the Thieves Guild their boat tax?
I do not involve myself in guild matters, sir.
This is not a guild matter. I'm completely making this up. But
I
if
don't
it
know
lets
that.
us on,
I'm not a guild member. I don't know what they do and what they don't do. So I'm just gonna say I know I do not involve myself in the guild. I don't hinder the guild unless they hinder what I'm doing or the despotrics. So far, they've had a.
would you disapprove of me doing such a thing?
I do not see a problem with it, but
All right.
I will be, and I'm gonna continue making my way on down to where the Phoenix was moored to see if I could gather any clues down there.
Um.
Well, I'm going to
But yeah,
follow Greta
kind
first.
of keep an eye on him while he's doing his or she's doing her thing, and but yeah, also investigate. See if I can see any signs of a scuffle, anything, that type of stuff.
Sure. I don't think you have any moves. Let's see. Are any of the moves investigative moves?
I don't think I do. I'm more just a
Yeah, they're more people.
yeah.
I think we just tied a role playing record here, in that all of our group members are now split.
Yes, you did split the party.
We have completely split the party.
I'm only like 50 yards down the way. I'm not like
True.
in another building, another room.
True. You are within yelling distance if things go sideways.
Okay,
But
so do you want to do Dennis first then? Let him investigate what he needs to do.
sure. Yeah, I would say yeah, you can poke around. I would I'm trying to think if I should make you roll a plus wit.
It's only fair because he hasn't rolled any dice yet.
That's fair. Okay, I want you to roll a plus wit. So 2d6 and add your wit.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me get back to that page, or to my character sheet, I should say.
I could send you a PDF or a
minus
document
1.
version of
Okay,
your character sheet.
2d6 minus 1.
Yeah.
I have no clue. It was a 3.
Okay. So yeah, it's not there. The boat's not there. You do find a weird scrap of fabric, but yeah, you go and you're like, huh, boat's not there, but you're not
Which I knew the boat wasn't going to be there. I'm not that stupid.
true. But you also neither of the boats on the other side are damaged. You notice that much. So it definitely, and
The boat left willingly, but did the occupants leave willingly with the boat?
yeah, there's no damage and there's no debris. So the boat definitely sailed off in one piece. There's no weird broken bits like it sunk or anything. So I will give you that much even with a less than 6. The boat did not get smashed. It sailed off under its own power, willingly or not, but it sailed off under its own power, and there's a weird scrap of fabric.
Yeah, that's what I meant by willingly, under its own power. All right. And once I discover that, I'll go ahead and pocket that piece of fabric. Maybe show Nelf once I meet back up with her, and I'll walk back up to the edge where I can have an eye on the other boat, a better eye on the other boat, and just stand there, kind of looking menacingly.
All right, so you're standing kind of there. Nelf, what are you doing? Because you notice Greta go over and like looking around on the empty.
Sure. While I will take advantage of the attention that a large lady like Greta would have, and walk up to the plain boat. Can I see any people on it?
Yeah. You don't necessarily see anyone on board. Yeah, it seems fairly empty. Although you almost certain there is a guard on board, you just don't see them.
Okay. Well, I will Is there a gangplank lowered? Can I walk
Uh,
up onto the boat?
there, yeah, there is. I would say gangplank.
Okay. So I will walk up the gangplank purposely, like I'm supposed to be doing this. Not like I'm not like skulking. I'm not, like just wandering like, oh hey, I'm tourist. I'm walking up like I have official business, letting my cloak flow billowing behind me, as impressive as I can make it look. And I will walk up the gangplank. Do I see anybody on the deck of the boat?
You see one particular a man. He's kind of sitting, nursing a mug of some sort. Just
Okay. I am making my grand entrance.
okay.
And they're like,
There you go.
and she's like,
Do another grand entrance.
Yep. She will do a spin and point at the man and say, "You, where are your superiors? I'm here on official guild business."
He kind of stands up, looks you over, and
Can I make a roll? Do I get to make a roll?
you can just go up to him. What would you be looking to do? Oh
Well,
yes,
I'm,
you would
I'm
have to
just
roll for the dramatic entrance. Yes, roll your
right.
dramatic entrance.
Yeah, I just want to make an impression upon him. And let's see, what do I get here? A 5 and a 2, so I got a 9.
A 9 altogether. That would be, if I recall correctly.
I get a +1. I get 1 ability.
Yes. So, yes, that's your. So it's mixed success. So,
It says choose 1 for my. So I would like to put a string on him.
Okay, you've. Yeah. All right.
Try to get a favorable
Yes.
reaction from him.
You should be keeping track. I can keep track mentally, but you also should, if you're taking notes, make note just so
make a note of string people. So just +1 string on a boat guard. I'll just label him as boat guard. Okay. And +1 string on the despotric. Okay, so how does he react to my proclamation?
he kind of blinks, stands up, comes forward, um, and gives a nod. Guild business, you say?
Yes, you are a new ship in port, and as such, you are. It is customary to make a donation to our guild to prevent mishaps from happening along the docks. Your boat's vicinity.
Okay. He kind of gives you a look over.
If
Which
he's
guild?
any sort of which guild? She looks at him like she's trying to keep her positive influence over him by trying to subdue her disdain that this guy has no idea that she's hitting him down for money like the Thieves Guild would do. She's like, "Oh, I am a representative of a consortium of legitimate businessmen." She gives him a wink.
Oh, that sort of guild. I already paid to pay the harbor fee. Of course, there's protection money. Of course. I'm not the captain. You're gonna have to take that up with the captain.
Well, I asked you to get the captain, good sir. I knew you didn't have that thing. You are too valuable in the position you're at.
Kind of narrows his eyes, trying to figure out what your deal is. Captain's not on board. You're gonna have to come back when she's on board.
And does your captain have a name so I can ask for her more politely? Are you having to make up a captain name right now?
Captain Alinka.
Captain Alinka. My, that is an exotic name. Where do you gentlemen you gentlemen and ladies hail from?
To the south. We're sailing up here on. She had business.
Am I able to tell if is there any check I can make to see if the person's lying or not, or notice that they might be trying to mislead me?
I would say a plus. You could say a plus heart would be. Yeah, I'll allow it. Plus heart.
I have no heart.
Oh no, you would be figure a person out. It's a basic move. Yeah, you can use the
Okay.
figure a person out move.
And what does that entail? I have no idea.
It's on the basic move sheet. Here we go. When you try to understand a person, it's a plus wit, plus 3
Oh.
more if you spend a string on them. So you can spend that string and get a plus 3 if you want it for this roll. And you get let's see. You get 2 questions. And if you don't get if you have less than 10 but more than 6, they get a question back.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I am going to use that string to give me, and how much bonus do I get for that? +3 is what you said?
Plus 3 with the string.
So I get +5 to my roll. Nice. Okay, so I get rolled a 6 and a 1. +5, so
7
that's
plus
an
5 is a
11.
12.
All right, so you get more than 10, so he doesn't get a question back. So you can know, let's see.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you get 2 questions about him personally, his own motivations. You can make 2 questions about his motivations. What he's thinking, what he's feeling, what he personally wants, or how you might be able to influence him. There's a couple example questions, but I'll let you be a little more freeform with it. So what 2 questions are you gonna ask?
Okay, she'll ask him.
You don't have to physically ask him. Basically, it's a more metaphorical thing. So you get the answers to 2 questions about his personal feelings and motivations. You can ask directly. You can role play it as you're, looking him over and reading his body language, however you want to play it. But yes, you get the answers to 2 questions. You don't have to physically ask
Are
them.
do I know if they're real answers or not? I mean, like,
yes, yeah. As GM, I will tell you if you've rolled it, you will get, and you passed your roll, you will get legitimate answers. Maybe not like all the detail you want, but you will get.
Sure.
They'll be true. I won't try to lie outright.
Okay, so she'll ask how long it took them to sail to
his RV. Motivation. It's like an insight, so you get to know what he lying, is he like personal, his body language. That's what you get.
So I can't ask that.
So you would basically get, is he lying? Is he have positive feelings about the captain? Is he legit on whether or not he's,
You can ask direct questions, but you're trying to get a feeling of him.
Trying to give you the runaround, or is he legitimately doesn't have the authority?
So she'll ask him. So how long did it? Hopefully, it didn't take you guys long to sail to Hardby. You can down south there. That could be a long journey. It's a shame that you're stuck up here, not being able to explore our many bars and taverns.
He shrugs. We've
been.
So
how long did it take you? Was it a long journey?
Couple weeks. Nothing too. We have a fast ship.
So can I figure out if he's lying to me or
not? Yeah. All right. I would say that he is almost certainly, a few weeks is stretching. Like, he's definitely underestimating, but he's not outright lying. Like, it took them a while. It probably took less than 2 months, you would say, based on the way he's stretching. So less than a few months, but
okay. Oh, you poor thing. That is such a long journey. So how do you feel about your captain willing to just you travel so long and so hard to get here, and you don't even do you even get a break? That just that just seems, you know, not very not very supportive of her crew.
And he kind of narrows his eyes. Um, our captain is a good captain, and we do, someone has to guard the ship, obviously, and I'll get leave when we switch off. We've been switching off, the two of us. I'll get a little leave. She's not cruel, our captain.
Ah, well, that's good. Well, thank you, sir. You've been quite generous with your time. I appreciate that, and I will come back later. Is there a good time to meet your captain?
She said that she'd be back within at the end of the week. She should be back. She's got
End of the week?
business in town.
Oh, okay. What day of the week is it?
Day of the week. Let me see.
Or just tell me like how many days. Like
End of the week
days.
would be 3 days. Would be the last day of the week. Would be good day. I believe. Yeah, it would be good day if I recall correctly.
So she'll give a courteous bow to the guard, thank him for his time, and head back to Greta.
Yeah. Oh no, it's gonna be free day. That's the name of the day. It's gonna be free day, which is considered to be the last day of the week. And it is gonna be yeah. So it's gonna be free day in 3 days. So end of the week is probably within a day or two of free day. You would understand, and he's not lying. He genuinely believes that. Whether she actually is or not depends on whether he's lying to her. But I would say with you would know.
Well,
yeah.
Just because she told him that doesn't mean that's going to happen. So, all right. So I'll make my way to Greta. So Greta, how did your investigations go? Did you learn anything about our missing ship?
Well, there was no battle, or at least none that I
Okay.
can tell of. The only thing of any minor interest, and I don't even know what it might be, I pulled the little scrap of fabric and handed it over. I don't see no sign of a scuffle or no sign of a battle damage. So the ship obviously sailed under its own power. Whether it was sailed or taken, who knows?
Lee, can I identify the fabric?
I will say, roll a plus wit.
And as a reminder, I am quite familiar with the fabrics of the town, wanting to remain stylish at all times. Okay, so I get a +2 to my wit roll, and I roll a double threes +2, so an 8.
Okay. So I will say you're not quite sure what fabric it is, but I will say with that roll you would notice that the guard you were talking to had the same fabric on his, like, he had a vest with the same color.
Uh-huh.
You can't, it's red. I mean, a lot of people wear red, so you're not sure what that might mean, but you do know he had the same one. So
Is it the same? Is it the same kind of fabric too?
yeah, the same dye, probably same dye job. Not exact same make or model or anything, but the same color, similar composition. So
was the fabric obviously located on the guard? Like, was it like on a tabard or like a cloak or
over
something?
vest.
Okay.
Not like a tavern or anything. Like, not very obviously like a uniform piece, but enough obvious and open enough that you're like, this is the kind of thing people wear to identify each other. Matchy,
Right.
but not anything like overt and official. So, however you want to play that.
Is it a solid color, or is it a mix of like red with a
Pattern
pattern on
maybe?
it? Yeah.
No pattern, but no pattern on his. Although you did, I would say, with the figure person out, you did notice that he had he turned around and you saw, like, on the shoulders, on the back, in either side, you found a little bit of a black T cross, kind of with curvy. I think there's a technical name for this, which is the I think there's a technical name for the type of thing. Mullet of 4 points, maybe sable. Is how it's described. So I would say yes. It's 4 points, kind of wavy pattern.
Greta, I know our next stop by
Okay.
looking at this. There has to be at least a tire shop or a shop that sells clothes, like personal clothing or
Oh yeah,
that
there are
kind of.
plenty in Heartby. Yeah, there's one that's a couple blocks up. You found a really nice shirt there one time that you wore out and got ruined by an incident. But yeah, you know one nearby. You know one nearby that sells nice
So
stuff.
I'm going to look. Do I know any that specialize that I would know would be familiar with like countries or patterns of like organizations or that kind of thing?
Yes, that would be Madame Milka. Down to. She is a yes. Madame Milka does that sort of thing.
Okay.
So
So we're supposed to head towards to Madame Milka's shop. Maybe she can help. I'm not sure if you're familiar with her, but she has a reputation of being able to identify various organizations and countries, and maybe she
I know
can.
of her, but I don't. She can't outfit me.
yeah, you had a tailor, a specific like.
I almost have to go to the where they get the barding for the horses and the delivery for the horses. So yeah.
You did. There was one who was willing to make you custom made. It cost you a little extra and they had to do it custom, but they did make you good, solid, practical, plain stuff. They specialize in work clothes, and you couldn't buy anything off the rack, but they were able to make you some stuff. So, but this is it was all basics, and then you just sewed the patch into you didn't go for the guard uniform. But you've heard they go. That's what the other guards do. But because you knew you couldn't do that, you just went to someone who specialized in work clothes and had them do it custom.
So
Right.
let's make our way to Madame Milka's then.
Okay. Yeah, you make your way to her.
Hey, what time of the day is it?
You guys were called in like first thing in the morning. A few hours past sunrise, early
It's probably
morning.
getting close to lunchtime.
I would
So
say
I'm going.
it's like
Maybe.
10:30, 11. So it's getting there. By the time you get to the harbor and then poke around and talk to the guard, and yeah, so 10:30, 11 would be right around there.
Are the street vendors selling food yet?
Yeah, there are a handful as you walk along. They have their snake meat. There's a lot of a huge half orc population in Hardby, and they do like their snake meat. So you have a couple of them starting up the grills
All right.
with their you can see the like non-poisonous snakes on the spit.
As we make our way there, I'll ask Greta. I say, Greta, have you ever tried steak before? It's delicious, from what I've been told. And from what I've experienced.
I don't eat
And
like the pigs.
so she'll order some snake kebabs.
Yeah.
And do they? She'll order one order of snake kebabs. And are you sure? It's my treat.
I'll be
Delicious.
fine.
And do they have any ale?
It is a little early in the day for ale, but you
It's
can.
like 10 a.m. That's like nighttime for sailors.
It's true, but you would have to go to like a bar that that has the shift people coming on and off at odd hours along the docks. If you stopped at a bar, you could probably get a mug of ale, but not out in the street.
Okay. Well, I need to get something to drink this with. These things are spicy. Can't just Do you have any? She'll ask the vendor if he has anything to drink. No.
She can hook you up with some water.
You can see her like give a fake smile, like, "Oh, thank you. You're so kind." And she'll eat and drink her food on the way to Madame Milka's.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you have a little bit of water and you have snake meat. Yeah. All right.
God, this is
Yes.
so she'll make comments to Greta as they're like, "Oh my God, this is a lot spicier than it was last year." Oh God, this is so hot.
But yeah.
Meanwhile, I'll find one of the other vendors that cater to more civilized tastes, and I'll grab a bite, like their version of a sandwich, roll up, whatever.
Yeah, they have one that they're cutting off. Looks to be pork. You're not sure, but it's
Performance,
definitely
you know.
freshly, fairly fresh, and they cut it up on like a roll pita. It's a little messy, but it's definitely eatable with one hand.
One hand. It's like 2 bites for me.
All right, yeah, but yeah, they kind of look at you and like, yeah. The vendor, he kind of seems a little intimidated, but
I toss them a couple, like whatever it be for one. I give them enough for like 5.
and he pulls out a box and he hands you a whole like a, and it's about the size of your hand. It's and a bunch of them in a box.
And I'll take it and nod my thanks, and I am set.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, you get a little snack. You guys get some food, and you finish it by the time you hit Madame Milka. And you can kind of see she, has the heraldry of a lot of the merchant houses, kind of some of the guilds displayed, not the Thieves Guild, but other guilds, kind of on display in, hanging up the different colors, and you're like, oh, that's that, okay. And you see a bored-looking young man at the counter, just with his feet up. And as soon as you come in, he kind of rolls his eyes, and you can kind of see him roll his shoulders out and put on the customer service, like, "Good morning, welcome. What can I do for you two
Roll
ladies?"
your eyes at me. We've met many times before.
And he
I come here
blinks. It's like,
regularly.
"Oh, Nelf." And he, yeah. Man is one word for that.
I duck into the place and kind of standing there hunched over.
And he kind of looks at you, blinks, looks at Nelf, looks at you, swallows, but you have your sword sheathed, so he kind of maintains enough composure. It's like, okay.
No.
Or do
no,
I?
No. It's not like that. We're not that way. This is official government business.
Official.
I'm here to make sure he doesn't shake you down, okay?
And he blinks. Official government. Since when are you?
Yes. I've turned a new leaf. I'm legitimate now. Can't you tell?
Huh. Sure, you have.
No, seriously. And she pulls out the note that she has from the Despotrix,
And
which I
he
guess
kind
has
of-
the seal on it. But she doesn't open it and give it. But she shows the seal to show that she's.
It basically is just a seal. It's not. There's no
Oh,
note or
okay.
anything. It's just the seal. He kind of blinks.
See?
So what does you or the Despotrix want with?
Well, I cannot discuss the details because we're trying to keep this on the down low. But I need to know if you guys are able to identify if this comes from a particular country or business. And she slides the piece of fabric onto the counter. You will of course be handsomely rewarded for your time.
All right, he's gonna make a like a +3 on this. Hang on. Ooh, that's a good roll. He blinks. Oh, that's from it's red too. From the Tilvanot. I think it's Tilvanot make, if I'm not mistaken. You somewhere down there, southern import of sorts. Yeah, definitely, almost certainly Tilvanot, but I don't know specifically. I don't suppose you Tilvanot. I will type it in the chat so you guys can see. The peninsula. He kind of frowns. I don't suppose you happen to see any symbols on the whoever's wearing. I mean, you just found it.
I explained to him what I did see
And he
on the
goes
float.
pale a little bit. Oh. Uh-huh. Them. Yeah.
Them? That sounded ominous.
When he goes them, I cross my arms and give him a look.
No, so, kind of looks at, kind of leans forward and, listen, the people who wear that let's, kind of glances at Guto, glances at her sword, glances at you. I would stay away from them if they're in the city. They can't be good. Maybe tell the Dispatrix about that, but don't. I don't want to see you die, Nelf. But I don't want to see you die. Just be careful.
Die and run this fabulous outfit? I don't think so.
You aren't. Stay away from these people. Whoever this is, stay away.
Well, you seem to know who they are. Can I try to make a roll to convince him to let us know who those people are?
Yes, I would say roll, figure a person out.
Is there a way I can give him a help in the role just by my intimidating presence?
I would say yeah. You can offer a +1 if you're gonna.
All right.
We're doing a combination of love and thunder here. Poor guy.
Yeah, I don't have
okay, so what am I rolling?
Unfortunately.
There's another way.
Do I get to make a roll, or are you making the roll?
I would say you would make the roll, but you get the +1 from it's teamwork. She's giving you a bonus, essentially.
And what roll am I making?
Figure a person out, so it's a +wit.
Okay, so I get +3 total to my roll. And rolled a 6 and a 3. So 6 and 3 is 9, plus 3 more is 12.
All right, so you get 2 questions, and one of them is how can I get you to? So you know that if you, you can how to get him to reveal the name. If you're, you all have to kind of have to say, oh well, who should I stay away from? That's kind of how you have to. That's how you would get him to reveal. I will say.
So I will do that, and she will add to that, like, I wouldn't normally ask you this, but this is for the Despotrix and her safety.
And he kind of leans forward a little bit and says, have you ever heard of they call themselves the Scarlet Brotherhood?
I was talking about them earlier, about how well they were able to dance. Well, that's a strange coincidence. All right.
Dancing's not all they're known for. Be careful. They dance is deadly, and you do not want to be involved.
Oh, I know, but I mean, what's the point of doing villainous things if you don't look good doing it?
Yeah, I suppose, but just it's not all looks. Just you were just for it. Look, now
Well, we're trying to avoid conflict if we can help. So I'll do my best because we have history together, and I want to continue having history together. Being dead kind of interferes with that.
Yeah, being dead does.
And that's why we have her along.
If
And she'll put her, thumb back at Greta.
if you trust her, I suppose, to watch your back.
Well,
Kind of looks at the
the
sword. Just be cautious, you know.
you haven't heard of Greta?
I
She is quite well
I
known.
I, I flash the dispatch. I lift the lapel and flash the badge.
And you can kind of see
The
a like
shoulder.
a if he sees that he looks and he thinks, oh, you're that one. Oh, well, yeah. Then you can trust her. Just be careful
See,
anyway.
I told you I was on legitimate business. She takes a look to see if that has any kind of effect on the guy. Like, does he seem more impressed with her? Does he seem like
He kind
it's
of does
just
a little
normal?
bit, and you notice. So you're with the heir then, almost
Mhm.
certainly. Is she? Yeah, she's usually the one poking around. I'm guessing you're on her payroll.
On who?
The heir.
Of course.
We are looking into the air. The dispatcher needs to discuss some matters with her and is having issues trying to locate.
Oh, you're gonna tell him that? Okay.
She,
You don't have to tell him that, but
yeah, I
okay.
was gonna say no.
I'm without telling that. I'm trying.
No,
We are looking.
it's an ogre, so I mean, it's not.
I ain't super
I'm
bright.
guessing you're not the most, diplomat. You're not most subtle of negotiator. But like Nelf like looks back like, why did you tell him that? The less people that know it, the
And
better.
he kind of blinks. Oh, oh. Well,
And
I
as a
didn't
reminder,
hear.
you need to keep that information to yourself, good sir, because it could lead to problems for you if you
Yeah, especially with that symbol. Yeah.
right. So I'm sorry, my friend accidentally involved you more than you wanted to know. But we should probably get out of here quickly so we're not spotted nearly as much. So poking around.
Yeah,
So
probably
let's step
best.
outside and Greta and discuss our options. What do you say?
I'll just nod and duck my way out, and you know,
So Nell follows and she's like, "Oh, it seems like we've stepped into something quite dangerous, my companion. How do you think we should handle this?"
um, I think we need to take that little swatch of fabric
Mhm.
straight to the dispattrix and let her know this piece of information. Let her know that the Brotherhood is in town. She needs to, yeah.
And that
And I
her
have a feeling they're
yes,
behind what's going on. I don't know what. I don't know what's giving me that. It's just the fact that that piece of fabric was found by the slip. That boat is here. It, things are things are fishy.
and as a reminder that they have a boss here who is meeting with others. So we might want to see if we can try to figure
They may
out.
be trying to establish a foothold in Hardby.
It could be that the captain is missing because captaining captaining the air's boat.
They may be.
So they may
Like I
they
said,
may
I
be
have a
behind.
feeling they are directly involved with what's going on. And if
So
that's the case, the Dispattrix needs to know immediately.
well then let us not waste time. We need to hurry. But at a normal pace, because if we move quickly through the city, it would alert anyone who's watching us that
I
we
only
know
have
something
one speed.
over speed. Right.
All
She,
right.
will-
Yeah.
she sighs like, oh, God, this is gonna be so much work. I'm totally gonna be sweating.
I'm giving you your workout.
I know. She's more worried about like,
You're a little soft there in the middle.
soft. Thank you. So,
I didn't mean that as a compliment.
well, that's not very nice. We've had such a good working relationship so far. Why do you have to be like that?
Just honesty.
All
So
right.
How I see it. That's just how I see it. Okay.
Yeah. You guys get to the Despotrix. And as soon as they come through, the guards, you're absolutely
and
just kind of gesture.
once again, when we get to the guards, as Nelf is going through the room, she's not even gonna ask. She's just gonna put the satchel in the in that same guard's arms, and just like not even stop, and just
And she just
keep going through.
glares at you and just huffs. But the other guard opens the door, and he kind of holds the door open for you, and you're allowed in.
Once we get in there, I set my bag down next to the door on the inside,
Okay, fair enough.
and then walk on up to the dispattrix and make our report.
Okay. And she, as you say that, she kind of, as soon as you mention the Scarlet Brotherhood, you could see her face go,
Okay.
And I just nod.
Lee,
yeah.
as Greta is informing the dispattrix of this, Nelf is going to keep a close eye on the people who are in the room to see if anyone seems to be listening intently, maybe they're spying on the conversation.
Okay. Let's see. Any of the moves?
Is there anybody else in the room besides her and us, and a guard or two?
There are. There are 2 guards one on either side of her gun, and I would say they're not. I'll just give it to you.
Do I recognize them?
Yeah, you've sparred against.
They're regulars, in other words.
Yeah, they're her guards, her own personal. She has a small cadre of personal. And you've.
I was trying to make sure nobody was replaced.
Yeah, they look.
see,
they're her. You've worked with them before. They're neither of them are particularly new. They've been there.
I've beat them up a couple times.
Yeah, definitely have bruised up some of them.
That said, Nelf is used to she is used to duplicity, and guards can be have people can take the appearance of other people.
That's true. That is not a unheard of. Disguise magics are not unheard of in this part of the world. So yes,
or
absolutely.
even just regular disguises.
Disguise self.
She,
yeah, that's true.
or people could be bought.
Also true. You don't know either of these guys particularly well. You know that they're in the Distractrix personal cadre, and she trusts them above all others. But they are human women, and they do have human.
She's not saying that these guys are spying on her, but she's keeping a close eye just in case.
Okay, yeah.
Because she's a very untrusting individual.
They both react. You can see both of them when you say Scarlet Brotherhood. They both take a step forward toward the Dispattrix, hands on the weapon, oh, okay, this is not good. The kind of thing you hear,
right,
the terrorist
and
organization.
As I mentioned, I hand over the piece of fabric too. This was found next to the slip where Phoenix's vessel was.
Yeah, so you show her the fabric and you tell her that, and she immediately say the Scarlet Brotherhood, and you see them both react, and both the guards on either side, and there's just the 2 of them. You quick scan, there's no one else in the room. And yeah, so she kind of leans forward and she says, I see. I can lend you my own boat if that would be helpful for your investigation.
At the moment, I'm not sure where we would need to go, though.
Presumably after Phoenix.
Yes, but we don't know. We haven't found
which way they went
yet.
at.
See if
they could have taken her to undisclosed location to try to rough her up for information. They could have tried to kidnap her to take her back to their enclave. There's too many unknowns at the moment. I don't know where. I'm not sure where to go next.
She kind of nods. There are, I will say.
Have you received any kind of demands, ransom or otherwise?
No, I have not received any sort of demand as such. But I will say, if you speak to someone at the harbor must have seen something. I would suggest speaking to them. They might not talk clearly to me, but between the two of
we
you,
have a time frame. It was sometime between full night and
And
pre-dawn.
Madam Despotrix, we do know where their boat is located.
I see.
I don't know if we mentioned that earlier, and I did manage to speak to the guard and find out about their captain a little bit, that they're away in business for supposedly for 3 days. So we could presumably sneak onto there's 2 guards that take turns watching the ship. And if we time it right, I might be able to slip in further into the ship past the guards and see if there's any notes inside the captain, or like the captain's chambers or some other location.
If you feel that's best, however, you might be able to dig up the information, but know that my boat is available should you need to pursue.
All right.
I trust that you are, especially you are clever. You can figure. You know how to pump information out of people. And with Greta by your side, that adds other skills to the table. Just please figure out where she went.
Greta, I have come up with a task for you if you are willing.
I can't give you the side eye, but
I think we should use the Thieves Guild approach again, and this time you will be representing our organization, and while you get the attention of the guard on duty, I will sneak on board. Since you're much more menacing than I am, obviously, you can take the approach of intimidation that and try to get them to pay off the fee, even though there's no real one, but you can just make demands that he obviously can't pay, but just threaten him and keep him occupied long enough for me to sneak in and take a quick look. Would you be willing to do that?
I have a modification to that plan.
What's that?
Me and a couple members of the city watch board the ship under the pretense of a random port inspections. You will be like a third member of the watch, and when they are going through the motions of inspecting, I of course will be interviewing or talking to the individual. Y'all go do your thing.
But that means I have to put on city guard outfits, and I just don't look good in those.
You could be the tally person, writing down the notes, like you are. You're a bean counter.
Oh,
You
okay,
can dress nicely
fine.
for that. I swear, some people.
I don't know how
Hung
you
up on
look
how
good
they
as a
look.
bean
I
counter.
swear.
How about you guys just have one of your guys be the bean counter, and while you're doing your thing, I'll do my thing. They won't even see me come and go. I'll just be like a shadow.
Okay.
I mean, I just am not someone who doesn't stick out. And so me being there, the less of us they see, like you will obviously be you. People
Right.
will recognize you across the city, but it wouldn't be good for me to be seen there. It would give away the game to anyone who would be watching.
Especially since you've already approached them as a member of the Thieves Guild. Okay. So, with the Despotrix permission, I take a couple members of the City Watch with me under the pretense of basically a official shakedown.
Yeah, absolutely. You can. She'll give you a note to send to the watch house, and that you can pick up a few guards. Um, yeah. How many do you think? You can take up to 5. They'll send you with however many you need.
Like I said, my job is to keep the dude occupied. I can send, 2 or 3 down, and we will brief him that there will be another member joining us unofficially. he will be an official member, but he'll be unofficially with us.
Yeah,
Basically
they
let him know
kind of
kind of the plan.
understand the okay, civilian consult. Okay, they're kind of like, all right.
Yeah, civilian consult, yes. And don't really go through the ship, but just kind of make it look like you're going through the ship.
All right.
His job will be to actually go through the ship to, because he knows exactly what we're looking for. But go through the
Gotcha.
motions.
They kind
he's
of
saying that to
they get it.
to
Yeah, you're
no.
taking three young.
I'm taking
yeah,
3.
They send you
Right.
3 young trainees. Who
Perfectly so. A couple of the buffer ones, We want this to make look like a force, not just me big strong and them a bunch of lackeys.
Yeah. All right. So they send you, one of the guys who's, this super tall Valunan guy who is like 6 foot. Their biggest, with a little bit of bulk to him. One of the few guys on the watch, and then you got these other 2 who are definitely physically, yeah, they pick physically imposing.
Right.
So yeah.
And so we will go back to the shipyard or to the harbor and toss the ship.
Okay, I assume that we have a little time before we have to be there before it's dark.
I mean,
would
yeah,
say-
you guys
Are we
can. You're
doing this
setting
during
the
the day
schedule.
or during at night?
Yeah, you can make any prep work you want to do. You guys set the schedule. You're not on their timetable. You can split up an extra bit of time before you.
If we could
whatever
catch them
prep
when
you
they're
wanna do.
doing if we could catch them when they're doing their shift change, that way we can have both of them tied up. We don't have to worry about one of them walking in and, hey, what's going on? Well, I can keep both of them there.
Fair
Well,
enough.
That might be a good idea.
3 p.m. you would know is a common time for shift change, so that might be probably when you would aim for. Yeah, that seems like a logical shift
And
change.
that gives us enough time to get everything together, get the crew together, get them briefed, and get back down there. So
Yeah, exactly. So what kind of prep work were you thinking?
Does Nelf have any smoke bombs? Does she wants smoke. She wants smoke bombs, and if not, she's gonna purchase a few.
I would say, yeah, that's common enough. Heartbeat has enough alchemical that if you have time and the Despotrix will absolutely fund them. So yeah, you can have, I would say, up to 3. I will give you 3. You can get 3 smoke bombs.
Okay. She's gonna get 3 smoke bombs, and she's going to change her outfit.
Sure.
also, I want to get a official writ or what looks like an official writ. Signed by the
harbor master or someone.
constabulary authorizing this search.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
way, I can show them a piece of paper and distract them with that piece of paper.
Yeah, they have the head of the guard write up on orders for a random search. The boat in this sloop has been chosen. Yeah, they write you up one, seal it with the watch. You have a official, essentially a warrant. Yeah, they'll write one up for you.
That's basically what I want, with a warrant to stick in his face. It's like, look, we're doing this. You can't stop us.
All right.
And I make sure that you to tell Nelf that make sure you go to the captain's quarters.
Of course.
Okay. So yeah, you have your writ, you have your guards. It's later in the afternoon. You're all set up. It is about 11 o'clock, so roughly halfway through, and this is a good, if there's any last prep work, and then we
can I get a seal from? Can I get a guard seal, like the other guys have, or a cloak?
They have a spare cloak, yeah, that you can wear that would give you a badge.
And what colors are these cloaks?
Heartbeat colors. Heartbeat.
Okay, well, whatever heartbeat colors are, she is going to try to get a similar leather outfit that she has. But maybe like if they can't get it in that color, she would get a tabard from one of the guards, because I'm sure they got tabards.
The heartbeat colors are light blue and white with the red flower on it. as they're
She'll
heraldry.
she'll just try to find something either light blue or white or a combination of the two, if that's possible. I guess she'll go back to
Yeah,
or
I would
should
say
go-
you have a top that's that light blue and light colored pants, and then you have the cloak that the guards that matches the guards with the little city seal. So
yeah, she's got she's got a background to uphold here. So she wants to make sure she's got her carefree demeanor and tight clothing. So
yeah, I would say you have a very, you know, a top that's the same heartbeat blue with it's a little,
well,
got the reveal.
she won't have the cloak this time. Well, no, actually she does. She has a cloak because she's got the
Yeah.
guard cloak. Okay.
Guard cloak. Okay, so you have the outfit, you have the Ritz, you have the guards. Any other prep work? You have the smoke bombs.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to prep, or are you good
She'll ask Greta. So do I look civilian, Hardbee official enough? Like I know I don't look like a guard, but I don't look like a civilian either, right?
And I'll just look her up and down and just nod.
Excellent.
Mm.
Yeah, she
Okay.
wasn't hit. She was like asking for like
'Cause-
official information. Like
right.
trying to make sure her disguise is appropriate.
All right. So you guys got your set.
Greta doesn't see all this hang up about clothing and how they look. Clothing should be functional. It functions,
Well,
it's good.
uh,
Period.
But in Hardbee, a lot of times the clothing makes the person and can open doors that inferior clothing
I
would
make
not.
my own person.
There you go. Okay.
And I bet you make your own doors too. Look at those arms. Good lord.
All right. So, all right. 10 minutes, everyone. We have a 10-minute break. I have the new. Oh, I have to put the freaking. Dang it! I forgot the um, uh, uh, um. There we go. That's the one. I have a be back soon screen. I'm gonna put it up. We're gonna have like yeah, I have a thing I'm gonna put up, and it's gonna share the break. I'm gonna leave the mic hot, if that's okay with you guys, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Everyone get coffee, bathroom breaks, everything you need, and 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
There we go. Perfect. All right, we'll see you guys soon. here. I don't. Let me see about the players. Well, yeah. Ugh. Okay, I have a tasty treat. But yeah, so far so good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the timing works really well too with this. So I'm like, all right. All right. And okay. All right. Let me just. My body was screaming at me, and I'm like, okay. Probably just about can't be seen on camera. Okay. I still can't see my own video feed though because it's linked to the WhatsApp. Actually though, I can adjust this a little bit. I have the the puppy. I have my Be Back Soon screen with. I just redid it with Addie because she's a cutie pie. There you go. That's a little better. I made an actual one that said "Be Back Soon," not just a picture of Addie, with an updated photo too, because she's a cutie pie. I was hoping to time it with the ad break, but alright, I'm gonna grab. Let's see, got plenty of this.
So am I doing okay with MILF so far?
We also have like a fairly, not a huge active in chat, but we definitely have a fairly decent audience. More than usual. Not huge, but a fairly solid audience, and we have some of the Greyhawk people are popping in and out. So that's cool.
So Lee, am I doing okay with NELF so far?
Oh yeah, Nelf, you've been doing very well with Nelf. Yeah, I mean, she's your character to run with, and seems you're doing fine. Yeah, similar what I had intended of this kind of, you know, fun vibes. Yeah. I think we're probably gonna raid into either Phantom NJ or, yeah, there's other virtual Greyhawk Con stuff. And there's still I think you could probably still get badges.
God, I'll be sleeping after this.
Yeah, but there are other games on Sunday that I think still have open. What's it? All right, let me stretch a little, check a thing or two. Ooh.
I'm back.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes, Tuesday. Doctor's appointment on Tuesday. Okay. Okay. Let me, one last thing, and then if we're ready, come back early. Tidbits. Okay. Are we back? Ready? Do you want to start? Or do we want to wait for a little bit? Start?
It's your stream.
So, what do you think so far?
I think we're doing pretty good. We just, I'm still trying to. Maybe this shakedown will tell us what we need to know.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. Yeah.
I mean,
I was
not
not
they can always
expecting
find
you to
another hair.
pull this off. I will say, I was not expecting this, but it's a good plan.
Don't you love it when your plans get thrown out?
I mean, my plan was loose enough that I have a alternative that I'm like, okay, I know how you're gonna figure out what you need to know from this, but fun. As a DM, flexibility is key. I'm like, okay, if you just have to figure out, the nuts and bolts are, what, how the fight's gonna go down, and you just need to figure out how to get you there.
A fight.
Got to roll with the punches.
Yeah. That's the other thing about the thirsty sword.
And
lesbians.
the kicks, and the headbutts, and the.
Yeah. One last.
Okay, Lee, did you post that playbook somewhere?
The playbook.
No, you said you're gonna post something with our.
Oh, did I not send you the playbook, the basic moves?
Yeah.
Did I not send you that over the Discord?
Like, okay, I see it now.
Yeah. That has all of the basically that is you can use those moves at any time. They're fairly loose, and you guys haven't been hurt or anything yet, so yeah. I basically said, all right, you guys had I gave you all each a +1 to your stat, having realized that, but I've run a bunch of these now. But yes, the conditions, there's also the physical and mental. So when you start taking damage, you can pick. You get. You can pick physical or mental depending on what you wanna. You get to pick your condition, but essentially, when you start taking damage, when the fight starts, essentially. And I am making them roll. Under usual rules, the bad guys don't roll. I'm making them roll. But yeah, if it isn't one of these guys, I'll just figure out what stat works best and have you. I've been doing a lot of that with plus wit, for investigation and stuff. Okay, cool beats. Welcome back, everybody. We are live. We are seen and heard, not just heard. Thank you all for being patient. We're back. And the nonsense is resuming. They are on their way to the docks. They have gathered 3 members of the Heartbeat Watch and essentially a writ saying that they are going to do a random inspection on this boat, like pretty much a warrant. They're going to go up.
Read shakedown.
Yeah, shakedown. So, but fully legal. And they have settled plans within plans to how that's going to play out in terms of this. The boat is very suspiciously nondescript, no flags, very plain, built for speed, and has been in the harbor a few slots over from where for a few days now, and there's been no cargo on or off. So that's a thing. But yes, there is.
Jesus Christ. Can I disguise myself?
Yes, you are trying to look like, do you want to, do a little bit on the face to make your face look slightly different as well?
Well, I don't want, if it's the guard, he may recognize me as being the person who just talked to him the other day.
True. Do you want to, throw some, subtle contouring on the face to try and make it look presentable?
Am I able to hide myself, behind the ogre speaking, or, am I able to, use the other
Yeah, I would
guards
say, yeah, you can just do, a hood up and just, subtly be behind, or you
Yeah,
can do a
that's what I'll do.
full-on contour job on your face to try and look.
I don't want to look any less beautiful than I already do, so I would just pull the hood over
Okay,
so that
yeah,
I can
I will say
revert
yeah.
to my normally awesome self when I get a chance.
All
I'm
right.
just playing my character, Dennis. That's what I was given. I normally play characters like yours.
Yeah, you're going with an elf. Okay. So yeah, you get yourself all you huddle. You kind of subtly move behind with the cloak, and put Greta right up at front of. There's okay, that's an ogre, more or less. And they're half ogre, but still very intimidating, and other muscly people behind. They're like, okay, right up the gangplank.
And I walk right up on the boat like I own it.
All right, and you have the others following behind menacingly, and kind of Nelf quietly in the back, and you've got all that going. There are two guards quietly talking. You see both of them. They both have the matching. They're wearing different clothing, but they do have the matching over robes with the small symbols on the back in that kind of red color. Like, yeah, that. But yeah.
And basically, I'm saying this is a random inspection.
And they both
Hand them the warrant.
they both spin around and look at it and look at each other and frown, look at you and the other guards kind of fanning out.
And when they go to look at me, I just cross my arms,
Uh
waiting for them to say something.
they both look at each other and they kind of look in and they one of them gives like a slight nod. Like, yeah, I can show you the cargo hold. We don't have anything to hide. Yeah, come with me. I'll show you the cargo hold. And he beckons for you to follow.
All right, I'll nod to them to go. I'll just stay up here and keep watch.
All right.
Uh,
So yeah,
I'll try to peep up like a lowly guard, like a new guard.
sure.
Basically, the rest of the crew will go. The rest of our little troop will go down. They will, like I said, go through their emotions, and while they're going through their emotions, my idea
I'll
is that Nelf will sneak away to go do
Gotcha.
his thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems
Like
like about
I'm basically kind of like acting like commander of the troop, and I'm just standing here to, you know, I know how I trust my troops to do what they need to do. I don't need to be babysit them, so I'm
yeah.
just gonna stand here. Plus, it's cramped quarters for me down there. So I'm just gonna stand here and keep an eye on them.
Yeah, the other guard leads the troop of three watch members down their way, and with now following, so four. And yeah, no, I will even say, yeah, you can slip off. You're quiet and quick.
Am I able to figure out where the captain's room is? Normally their berth is pretty obvious.
Yeah,
Just
you
from
you
like
see as you go down, you pass the bunk, a room with the bunks and several hammocks. You would say about a crew of 10, roughly. Looks like
Okay.
by the way the beds are set up, and you see another door just past that, and they turn to go down to the cargo hold, and you're like, that door, that's probably the captain's door.
Do the bunks look like they've been used recently?
Uh, the bunks, two of the hammocks look, have clothes draped over. The others are fairly stagnant as far as you can tell, but the door to the captain's quarters doesn't give any clue as to whether it's been opened recently or not. But there's a little bit of dust,
Okay.
as if it hasn't been opened like within the day, but you can't
Right.
really do much more than that.
I will check it for a lock.
Okay. First of all, roll a plus grace before you do any of that.
Get a +2 to that roll, and then I roll a 2 and a 4 +2, so 8.
Okay. You do manage to slip away. You think you're off free. He doesn't seem to yell after you, or anything. So you manage to slip away from the group. And yes, you see the door. It is in fact locked, but you have, I would say, with your skill in the Thieves Guild, you can just pick it. No problem.
Can I listen to sound to see if there's any noise coming from inside before I go in there?
Yeah. And there is no noise.
Okay. So I'll try to sneak in quietly, close the door behind me.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to get in. The other guards the other three have gone down the corridor toward the cargo bay. So they are on their way there. So you there's no one to hear you, and yeah, you open the door. You're not particularly loud. And it clicks open, and you are yeah, you're there. So
Is there a desk?
there you go. It looks fairly average. There's it's 2 rooms essentially. There's one that's a bed, a nice bed for a boat, and a small dresser, and a side table, and then you have one that's kind of got 3 chairs and a big chart table. That looks like the kind of front room is the big chart table with the maps, and then the side room there is the bedroom and sleeping quarters.
I'm going to take a quick look at the maps to see if I see like any. I'm sure they had to. I mean, a journey that long, they had to use a lot of maps and plan from where they came and to how to get back, and to see if there are any maps like that to confirm, that they're from the Scarlet Brotherhood. And after that, I'll look to see if there's any other side maps that are short journeys from Hard B.
Yes, you do find. You see the map laid out, and there is a kind of bigger map that shows the area between the Tilvanot Peninsula, and you could kind of see the route up toward Hardby, and you're like, and there's a few spots between them marked with scrolls and notes and stuff like that, and you're like, that's very much probably the way the map is set up. You're like, yep, that's probably where they're coming from. You do find a smaller map as well that's got.
Can I quickly jot down the notes so that for future reference, other the just Botrix may be able to do something about these little posts along the way,
Sure, you can absolutely take notes on what the captain marked on the map, and yeah, you absolutely can take a few notes on that. And the
I'll be doing that in Thieves shorthand, in my Thieves Can't language.
Shorthand Thieves Can't notes, gotcha. And then you find a smaller map that shows the area right around Hardby. There is a it shows the area to the south. Okay. I am going to have to bring up that again. No. Let me see if we can't do that. I'm going to open up Anna's. Actually, if you will bear with me, 576. Yeah, that's closer to what you guys are. Okay. I'm going to bring up a map. If any of you know, Anna B. Meyer is a well-known. Okay, yeah. So they'd be. Oh wow, it's all the way. Okay, Lordship. Just checking something. Nyrond. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So they would have been sailed up past the Pomarge, through the Gearnot Strait. Yeah, you can see the Gearnot Strait marked, and the certain areas in the strait, and up into Woolly Bay, and you can see kind of to the south, can't zoom in any further, but yeah, you have a bit marked, and then there's a small river, which is the not Storm Run. Coming up just to the south of Hard B, there's a river, and that's marked on the map. And a few points along the coast of or on the banks of the river, so you can kind of see the river, and you're like, oh, that's the one that's just to the south. Riddle Run, I believe it's called. I'm having trouble reading the map, but yeah, it's a much zoomed in map. Hang on, let me see if I can.
And where are you showing the map at?
I am going to show it to the Teddle Run. Feddle Run? Okay, I'm gonna show you the map in a moment. Let me bring it up on here. Yes. So I'm going to and no, it's this one, that one. Okay. Now there we go. Perfect. So it shows there we go. If you can see just to the south of Hard B, this is Anna's map. Obviously, it's a lot more. The one you find is a lot more detail, like a lot more zoomed in of just the southern part of Hard B. But you see that river to the south, just south of Oars. You can kind of see the map shows that the mouth of that river, specifically, and has a point marked on the bank, kind of with an X. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try, after finding out this information, I'm going to try to leave the room as undisturbed as possible.
Okay.
You know, like when I was going around, so I don't want to
alert.
I don't want to give hints that that we know they know we know. I don't want them pulling one of those.
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna put the map down. Roll a plus grace.
See, I love it when you give me plus grace rolls because you're gonna plus 2. Oh, I do believe I just rolled a 13. So
okay,
I think I'm pretty good on that roll.
You open up the door, you close it, you click the lock back in place, and you're standing in front of it, and the other guard comes back without the 3 heartbeat guards behind him, and says, "You snuck away."
And I will say, of course, I didn't sneak. I'm doing my job as an auditor.
He kind of narrows his eyes at you. That includes inspecting the cargo, not the captain's quarters.
What? Well, I didn't know it was the captain's quarters before I went in there. That's why I came out so quickly.
And you didn't. You just saw the quarters and came out.
Yeah. What else would I do in there? I mean, once I saw it was the captain's quarters, I was like, yeah, well, that's not, there's obviously no hidden cargo in here. So I left.
All right. And he gives a sort of.
So can you bring me to any other areas that aren't from below?
He kind of shrugs. I mean, there's just the captain's quarters and our quarters. Wait, how did you get in? It was locked.
It wasn't locked.
Captain locked it before she left. She always locks the door.
I twist the handle. Does this look locked to you?
Okay, that is, and he looks pale. It wasn't locked when you found it.
No, I mean, how else would I? She's gonna pretend. She's gonna look like as perplexed as he is. Like, wait, how did someone open that?
I don't know. And he looks freaking a little bit like, oh shoot, someone got in. But he doesn't suspect it's you. You can tell, I would say, that you've bluffed him successfully.
Excellent. I'm so glad for that.
But yeah, he does show you, I mean, there's just our quarters. He kind of gestures, and the door, there's no even door in that one, it's just the doorway. And just the storage, and he shows you, storage room, supplies, and he kind of gestures, and it doesn't look like anything. There's ropes and backup torches and the kind of thing you would find on a boat boats need to exist, and some food stuffs. But look, nothing particularly from the
She'll
quick
be
glance.
particular about it too. It's like I'm gonna need you to open this barrel here or that crate there, to make it look like she's officially checking.
Now, one of the
It's just
barrels,
routine
yeah,
stuff. Just got to make sure that there's oranges in that orange crate.
yeah. I mean, he opens it up. There's,
Double check for false bottoms.
yeah,
Yeah.
one of them is very much hardtack, and it looks, you have him up with the crate. It is hardtack. There's a few evils, but nothing, too great. And then he shows the butter, and it is tallow. It is gloop of some sort. And you're like, yeah, that's grease tallow for the greasing the thing, and that's the kind of thing you would find on a boat. Like, okay, doesn't seem untoward. It's very clearly grease goop of some sort, and not, it's nothing you would recognize as any contraband. You're not sure exactly what they're doing with it on the boat, but you're like, okay, that seems
So-
like up and up.
What can I do to try to get this guy to talk to me to get information from him? Are there any moves or strings or whatever that
You
I
can try
do
and
to-
entice to, yeah, you can try and entice, I would say.
Okay, and what roles do I need with an entice?
Yeah, you appeal to someone's physical or emotional sensibilities, plus heart.
Well, okay, I will make the attempt, but it's probably not going to go well. Well, a 6. Oh, a 6 and a 5. So a 10.
Yeah,
Does
that's...
he respond positively?
Yeah, oh, you have a minus heart. Yeah,
Yeah, I have a minus heart. That's why I was like,
yeah,
this is gonna
but
be a
he
dicey
does,
roll.
he looks, frowns. It's just, the captain is gonna kill me about that unlocked, her door was supposed to be locked. You think...
Why don't we not? You don't have to tell him.
Yeah, you're right. I have to... Here, I'll lock. Here. And he clicks it, and... Okay, it's locked, and tests it. Like, okay.
No one but you and I know, and I'm not going to say anything because I don't care.
You don't... There wasn't anything, like, ripped or as if someone searched it, right? I mean, you only caught a quick glance, but...
Oh, I only stepped in, and once I noticed, when I took a quick glance around the room and noticed that this was someone's quarters, obviously not a crewman, I was like, oh, this is the captain's room, and I stepped out.
Right, you saw the
So
bed.
I'm not
Okay.
authorized to explore that, so I would get in just as much trouble as you if you told my bosses. So why don't we keep this between you and I, so we neither of us get in trouble?
Okay, someone broke in. I don't know what to...
Wink, wink, wink,
Well-
wink, nudge, nudge.
If you find anything, let me know, because my bosses you can count on the city watch to try to figure out this mystery for you.
I
Bring
suppose
these guys to bring a thief to justice.
kind of frowns, I guess. And you notice this is the other guard you didn't speak to before.
I was keeping that one occupied.
Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't let it go down.
Yeah. And so he kind of looks, yeah, that's not good.
Well, just something to consider, But if you need help, I would do my best to help a good-looking gentleman like you out. You've been such a dear in helping me with my inspection.
Yeah, I'll think on it. You also get a string as part of the entice. You get a string, and I'm gonna say flustered and awkward, but and they'll consider, they believe you.
Sure.
It's flustered,
Well, I mean,
and
I don't
you get a
really
string.
want him to. I'm kind of counting on the fact that he won't, because they're trying to keep the Scarlet Brotherhood.
Right, but
a
he'll
secret.
kind of, he's very much nervous and like, oh god, and not smack, like, not you are the bad guy. He's like, oh shit, there's someone else who's after us. I gotta be cognizant. So you got him, convince him on that, and you get a string for later if you need it.
Excellent.
All right. Yeah, you get a lot of strings. The connections. Social creature. Okay. So yeah, they come back. The others search the cargo and they say, nothing there. It's there's very little actual cargo. They note but they don't see anything contraband, so they give you a nod. You're all back up on deck, and the guard who you were with goes right up to the other guard and start like kind of makes a little hand signal like that, and you're like, oh. And yeah, so that's what he does. And inspection, the guards report to Greta, inspection's clean, no contraband.
Okay. I didn't expect there would be. It's just our random thing.
Due diligence, gotta double check.
And when they're talking, Nelf is gonna try to make sure not to make facial contact with the guard that she does know, or the boat
kind
guard.
of like move behind one of the tall guy from Faluna who's, yeah, I gotcha. And you are off of the boat, and you have now a little bit of kind of like, this is where they're going, marked with an X, just south of Hardby. Probably
once we're out of the harbor area, the dock area, I will dismiss the guys. I'll give them a small tip for their services, even though they were, they were ordered to do this. I still want to make sure that the Despotrix appreciates your diligence. And then I'll suggest we go ahead and disembark.
All right.
Okay, but before we disembark, Nelf will once again switch outfits to something more suitable for adventuring on islands.
Yeah, you can swap out your outfit again. The evening tide is in about 2 hours, so and that's probably when you're leaving, heading south with the tide.
And she will purposely ignore Greta's looks of, again? Why are you changing clothes again?
It's almost like you're starting to know Greta now.
Is there anything else you want to procure? The boat, this Patrick's boat, does have a crew. You've actually been on the boat before. When we sailed down to Windford to investigate the weird ship and the orc invasion there.
Can I get a boat?
It has the full flag of Heartbeat. Very distinctive. Yeah, it is very obviously. That is Patrick's boat. But she said you could use it, and she has the whole crew that they can be mustered and put to use. And you've met most of them. These are mostly women, just the kind you would find on a boat.
Exactly. Lee, can I find a bow?
A separate boat?
Not boat, a bow. Like
bow and arrow? Yeah, a ranged weapon of some sort. Sure.
Okay.
You're in Hardby. There's plenty.
I'm going to get like 10 arrows and 2 flares, if possible.
10 arrows, 2 flares?
Like flare arrows.
Flare arrows. Yeah, I would say those are available, especially if you only want 2. Yeah. Hardby is plenty of weaponsmiths and suppliers. You can absolutely get your hands on some of that stuff.
And she'll tell, you never know when you might need a flare.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you got yourself set up. You got smoke bombs still. You're still there. Yeah, you are well supplied. You want any, you have your trusty rapier. You have a bow now and arrows. Greta's got her sword.
That's all I need.
Yeah, you both have leather armor. You're well supplied with what you need. So, is there anything else you really particularly want. Basic supplies like rope and food they have on the boat, so you're good on that front. Sailing off.
Can we get bolt cutters?
Bolt cutters. You can get like I could say you could get a pair of heavy duty shears. Yeah.
So I'll ask before I get them. I'll ask if Greta would want those, just in case we find our air locked up and chains and whatnot, so we can just quickly cut through them if need be.
That
Without
seems
making
like
what's that?
that seems like a feasible, a reasonable request item. Yes.
Yeah, and you also can almost certainly pick locks of whatever manacles they've put her in.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, I don't know what lock picking involves in here, so I don't know if it would be beyond my.
No, absolutely. As a member of the Thieves Guild, you are. I'm not even going to make you roll. You have the lock picks. You can, unless it's it's magically arcane. You can get
that's
through
why
any.
I was asking.
Oh, yeah. If it's, I would say, because the system is set up for, to not make too many checks. So I would say yes, absolutely. If there are locks, you can pick them.
Okay.
It might take you longer, but like if it's tricky, but you absolutely can pick any lock eventually. There's no, you're not going to fail to pick any locks, I will say. I might have you, if it's tight down to the wire, roll a speed check to see how fast, but anything
Sure.
you can pick eventually.
No. Sounds good then. Let's get on the boat. Start moving. So how far away is this place?
You would say, based on what you know of boats, which is,
I won't. I'll ask the captain, because the captain would know better.
Yeah, the crew. You ask the crew of the boat. They're like, oh, they look at your notes on the map and like, oh, down to the river. We could get there by mid-morning tomorrow. Sail overnight.
Okay. Now there's a decent chance that we may run into the heir's boat, and along with the heir might be the captain and the crew of the other boat. So just be warned that you may, if you see that, you may want to try to stealthily approach the area as best you can.
And the captain of that boat says, look, there are 2 members of my crew I trust to fight who are trained in fighting. The rest of it, I can't send you anyone else. The rest of us, we're not.
No, I'm not
asking
you to fight. I'm saying approach stealthily if possible.
Yeah,
and then drop us off so that we can go take care of it.
All right, but I'm telling you this: that I can't send you with more than 2 of my people. We're not gonna go we're staying on the boat and hiding if we're not gonna fight this.
Sure.
Understood.
A reasonable request.
All right. So yeah, you guys are on the boat. The voyage is fairly, you're going overnight. And I'm presuming you're gonna sleep at some point. Shake shifts, keeping an eye on things.
Greta would just lean up against the main mast, and kind of just doze.
All right.
I don't really like boats, but they're a necessary evil sometimes.
Yeah.
So I'm not comfortable, but that's why I'm only gonna be catnapping, dozing, kind of.
Yeah, and the night crew who are overnights are they avoid you. They walk around and are trying to be quiet. They know you're trusted by the Despotrix, but they're a little nudgy around you just because of the sword and the hulking physical presence, but they're willing to put up with you. And there is a cabin for guests that Nelf can take.
Wow.
Greta could take it too if you want.
Lee?
Yeah.
I'm sure Greta's not going to want. She's not going to want to stay in the cabin. It's too cramped for her. And also because Nelf will be looking for the most attractive of the sailors who are sleeping at night, and she will find someone to cuddle with.
Oh, You can roll an entice if you want. Sure.
Okay. Okay. I don't. What do I need for an entice check?
Entice is a plus heart.
Man,
Um, yeah.
I have like the. I have like everything you need to be a flirt of a character, including a description, except the heart part. All right. So, oh, actually, it's not bad. A 5 and a 4, so an 8. Is that
Yeah.
good?
So I would say, let's see, entice is what do you get for entice? So you can get a string, or they get to choose. Um, I would say, um, they can choose one, and she gets to choose essentially, um, if she wants to let this go down or not. If she doesn't, then she gets a
Well,
string.
it's not a big deal for the story from my point of view. It
True.
just that's what you would do.
Yeah,
So,
that's fair. But yeah, so you do. She kind of stops you, I would say, it, but does allow cuddling, but no
well,
further.
that looks fine.
And you don't
Well,
get the
that,
string, I would say, with that roll. But yeah, so yeah, with a mixed result, that would be your result. Um, Cuddling only
good
and no
enough.
string, but it is nice to have someone warm in the hammock with you, and yeah. And mid morning, you would get to the kind of toward the mouth of the river, and the captain kind of comes up and says, "Okay, um, you here, look," and kind of points. See that? That's that's the river there. Your map had it marked. What's your plan? Um, Sail in.
What can we see from here?
You can kind of see you're kind of coming up on it, so you can't see anything quite yet. You can kind of see the bank of the river. Let's see what else is here. There's a couple of the city is of Oars is kind of near there. So you can kind of see toward the outskirts of the city, the river. So it's not like right up near, but you can kind of see there's a small harbor, but with set up in the river, and a few up, and the area marked up a bit from the city, so you can't see anything just yet, but you do see the city and the harbor and all of that. That's kind of what you
Glancing
want.
at the harbor, can we make out any ships?
Yeah, there are a number of ships in the harbor there.
Obviously, can we identify ships? Is what I was
Yes,
actually
there's
getting
not.
at. I,
None of the
I don't
ships.
see I
No,
don't see the Phoenix's ship.
no.
Okay,
But you know that it is river, so it could go up river. It's kind of a mixed vessel, so it can go up along the
right.
river. It's not really designed to go outside anything past the shore. It can go along the shore line, but you can't really take it out to the open ocean. It's a smaller vessel, but that means that it can go up the river. Um,
Right. Got it.
a lot of these bigger ones can't. So
So this vessel can't go up the river.
the one you're on actually can.
Oh, I can?
Yeah, but the captain suggests so it's not too far up. Maybe we should put the ship here, and you go on foot.
That sounds fine.
Um, but yeah. Yeah, you find that
Right, so we'll grab our Nelf will grab her satchel and her bow and quiver and rapier and say, all right, let's go. Let's start hoofing it.
all right. Um
How
Yeah.
big is this island? Just, I mean, just so we have an idea of like just how far we might be hiking.
No more than an hour and a half on foot,
Okay.
especially with the pace Greta's setting.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
going to take the 2 extra fighters from the boat? Or 2 guards? They'll offer you 2, but
Yep.
okay.
Well, now we'll look at Greta and see what Greta says. She's Greta
Fair.
C.
Do you want the 2 guards from the ship, or are you gonna just the 2 of
Um,
you?
yeah, a little extra muscle doesn't hurt, just in case.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, Greta, I saw all but 2 of the bunks were empty. It hadn't been used in quite a bit.
Right. So that,
So that would leave how many empty bunks did that leave?
Right. That would leave 8.
So there were eight empty bunks and
Yes, and the captain.
the captain.
Yeah.
So we could be spacing up to 9.
yeah, like I said, extra muscles always appreciated.
Yeah. So you
So ask the captain to outfit, make sure their outfit fitted properly.
yeah, they have long swords and shields and leather armor. Nothing or chainmail. Just chain shirts.
And,
Nothing
and an
crazy.
adventure pack to basically basic supplies.
Yeah, you guys have a couple days with the hardtack if you need it, but and water. All right, you are on your way. Kind of humping along, and after about an hour, you see up on the horizon the mast. Like, oh, that's a ship.
Suspiciously
No
not
too
in the
far to
harbor.
recognize it.
After about 10 minutes getting closer, you're like, oh, yep, that's that ship. You see it. You can see the new repair work that they've been doing. You can see it like, okay, this is definitely the ship.
Haven't been on it a few times. Not that I really like being on it. Uh, I was like, yep, that's okay. That's the ship right there. That is the
Do,
one what we're looking for.
do
Yep.
we see Scarlet Brotherhood sailors?
Is there any movement around it?
As you get closer, you see 2 guards patrolling nearby. Um, you can kind of see they're doing a loop, crossing loop around. So they're both going back and forth and cross paths around the perimeter of the ship on land. Essentially, it's moored. You can see it's been damaged a little bit. Like someone tried to scuttle it and they didn't do a very good job, so it's kind of half floating in the water. But it's and it's kind of listing, and you're like, poor ship.
How big are both patrols?
2, one each. So there are 2 people.
I'm going to try to observe their pattern. See if I can get it and find is there a good ambush place for them for like to pick off one patrol at a time?
You know that there's one spot where the second one goes beyond the boat, and there's one, the one is kind of close by, so you would be able to get one-on-one. They are within hearing distance though, so if you're not careful with that, they could yell for help and backup, and it's a few minutes away, so be cognizant of that. But for most part, yeah, you can see a spot where you could be able to snag, and then there's another spot where if you waited a little bit longer, you could cut through and maybe get past if you're fast.
Okay, using my Thieves Guild sensibilities, do I think Greta is capable of such an action?
No, almost certainly
Okay.
not. You'd have to be
Well,
someone
that's-
small and fast. You could do it. One of the guards from the boat, yeah, maybe she's slight. She might be able to pull it off, ish. You'd have to. You don't have quite a good gauge on her capabilities because you're fairly new to her, but she might be able to pull it off based on looks. The other one is kind of big, and you've been seeing she's not very graceful, so not happening. It would be a sneak in mission that maybe two of you could do. There isn't.
So we have a couple options here. Greta, if you want, I could try to knock out one of the patrols, but I'm not sure if I can do two of them quick enough. But how hard is it to knock people out in
I would say it would be
Earthy short
either a
weapons?
fight or let me look at this roll. I would say these
Like,
guards,
is
based
there an
on what you
ambush
know,
roll?
it would take two. So you would basically you would have to roll up. You can roll a defy disaster. With
Quick question.
Sure.
Is there a river road? You know what I'm talking about? A road that sometimes parallels the river. That way,
they're between the river and the road. So
okay.
But there is one that's a little further out. You can kind of see it. It's not quite right up against the river, but it is nearby. So yeah.
I know that that the roads are usually patrolled. Because they want to protect trade from bandits and such.
Yes.
So I'm thinking Nelf does his secret his thing, and I take the two guards with me like we're a roving patrol, and once he gives us the signal, whatever that signal may be, we go for the other one.
That is a possibility. You also know that there are 8 of them, there are more of them stashed somewhere that you don't know. But yes, you could absolutely.
I may focus on these two for right now before they want to knock them out before they can sound the alarm.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I can make that attempt.
Yeah.
And so I
would
read
be-
up what you were saying, the defying disaster, which is
It would be a
for,
defy disaster, or you could absolutely use fight, but you have to roll a 10 plus, or they will sound the alarm.
Okay. Well, I've got a +2 with my grace, so I can
You can use grace for
make
fight.
that attempt.
Yes.
So I only need to make an 8 or higher on a 2d6. That's not hard, right?
Yes, but there's going to be some negative something. You're going to have to probably take a condition if you don't get a +10 for defy disaster, I will say. So
right, I know.
So yeah, you take it if it's either defy disaster, take a condition on less than 10, assuming you succeed on more than 6, or use fight, and if you get either get +10 or less than 10, you they sound the alarm but are knocked out.
Or do I get any bonuses for fight?
You would get the grace, the plus grace, and for defy disaster you could also use plus grace. So equal roll.
It's the same roll either way, right?
Yes, but it depends on. I would say that it changes what consequences you would get.
Well, I'm trying to not. I want to knock them out. So, like, does the fight do the same thing? Knock them out. So
yeah, I would say in this case, because of
the
way they're set up. Yes, I would say the fight would be like if you can inflict 2 conditions. Yeah, or like create an opportunity, or yeah, I would say, given the situation, I would allow for that to be on a 10 plus.
Okay. So what do you think?
And
what do you think,
also,
Greta? Should I fight them or should I sneak up on them?
Well, I'm basically wanting to get their attention back with the guard crew walking up the road.
Oh, I guess yeah. So do I get?
And that way you could sneak in to get them.
Yeah, that would be sneaking past. That would be a also defy disaster.
Wait, he wants to distract him so that I can knock him out, right? Or did you mean just
yes?
me?
And like I said,
So-
once you first knock the first one out, then we can quickly run and get to help you take care of the second one if needed.
Yeah. So I would
Gotcha.
say yes. That if they have the distraction, I would allow, uh, a uh, um, I would allow a +1 on that front.
Okay, excellent. So I will wait to see if they manage to pull off the distraction, and if they do, then I guess I'll be moving sneakily along whatever edge I'm able to. Like if there's foliage or something to hide behind, I would.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you absolutely can get some foliage. Yeah, there's a few bushes along the riverbank and stuff. Yeah.
So what would I need to roll for getting their attention so they're focused on me?
Let me see what other moves. Okay. Fight, defy disaster, entice, figure out a person, influence with us, emotional. No, none of those. Do you have what I'm trying to see what does Greta have in terms of playbook moves that might the vow. Okay, yes, feelings past, making yes. This is more yeah, this is more social stuff than fight stuff. So yeah, I would say you could use entice with plus heart or defy disaster with plus wit.
Hold on. Let me find her again.
Your
All
call.
right, I'll do it with the plus heart.
All right. That would be define disaster through charm or social insight. So basically, you're trying to, call out to the social insight, which is like there's patrols, and yeah, I could say that flies. So yes.
All right. That is a 6.
Okay.
That's just so it's a die roll plus my heart, right?
Yes. The 2d6 plus
Got
your
it.
heart, so 6. That is
That's
a
only a
mixed
6.
success. Oh no, that's less than 7. That's a failure.
Hmm.
So they don't. Okay, let's see. Using
They probably just see us as walking down the road like we're walking, and they ignore us like we're not even there.
they are very much, they kind of duck. They're ducking a little bit. They don't want to engage with you, so they're just keeping on their patrols, but they're being very, very cautious and trying to kind of see slow. But they're keeping an eye on you, but they're not.
That still helps me, right? Because they're still focused on them.
Meh. Not as much
Not
as you
as
would
much.
like.
Not as much.
Yeah, not enough to justify the +1, but
Okay.
Nice try though.
All right. So I guess I still got to do my job. So
yes, you gotta either sneak past or try to take
I
them
see
out.
that they're not, and I'm just like, don't they see how big Greta is? What the hell's wrong with these guys? Our brotherhood jerk offs. All right. So
Oh,
that's not good. 7.
okay. And you're trying to go for you grab and you manage to get him down, but not before he yells. And
Well, I
As
shrug.
soon
And
as I hear
like,
the
well,
yell,
they're dead. Whatever.
as soon as we hear the yell, we turn and run back towards.
yeah, and you, as that happens, you kind of see coming up on the side of the boat, you got the 2 guards on your heels. You're running toward them. You see up the other, but you take one of them out. Is down for the count, clutching. You're not going to try to kill him, right? You're going to go for unconscious.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see out, like half bleeding face, like just dumped on the ground. Half out of it. And definitely not getting up. You got 4 more coming up on top of the deck of this scuttled ship.
Sure.
And
Do I see the captain? What, someone who looks like a captain?
yeah, I would say she has the hat, a very distinctive hat, and you're like, that's probably the captain, right? Yeah. So you see 4 more of them come up. Yeah. And
Can I do a daring move?
sure. What are you up to?
I'm going to yell to the captain, "Come down here, you saucy wench of a captain. I have business to discuss with you."
Oh, I would say you'd probably have to roll that at a
I'm sure
plus.
it's hard.
Yeah.
But so what do I need to? What am I rolling in?
You were rolling a it would be a entice and
Heist.
mhm.
Why? Okay. Well, my roll. Oh well, this is much better than the other one was. So a 10, but I get a minus to that, so I get a 9.
Okay. So you don't. You either
Whatever.
can. They. You do get her attention, and she does stop.
Okay.
And I would say she's still gonna. You're trying to get her to come down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or at least stall. Like slow down the rush of guards running our direction.
She is going to break off from the others and come around to talk to you specifically. So you've separated her out. You don't get a string because of the other type,
Sure.
but you do get her to come down.
Okay.
I'd say.
And so, what are the others doing?
The rest of them are still going. They're coming down.
Are they charging towards me?
No, they're going for toward where Greta and the other 2 are. And the
Greta,
captain specifically is
and
coming
her
toward you.
2 guards can handle 4 guards.
Yeah, so it's
You got this.
yeah. There's 3 of you and 4 of them and the captain coming down. So yeah. So all right. So what are you gonna do once the captain? Because the captain's gonna break off and come down on the other side to talk to you specifically, and the others are gonna see the main force and be like, go for them.
Okay, so are they still going to definitely fight?
Almost certainly, yes. Captain may or may not fight. She's kind of intrigued by your offer. She's like, what are you?
Okay, so just how attractive is this captain?
She's actually fairly good looking. I mean, she has a scar, but she across her face, but she's not fairly.
Well, I don't.
Fit
if I'm
in
going
body.
to try to.
I mean, you can
try
tell
to
she had a
sell
very
this.
nice face before the scarring. But and she still has most of the features. It's not too mangled.
Excellent.
And she has her hair done.
So
up
I know
in a
what
very
I know what
fancy way.
to promise her then.
Okay. But she's coming down toward you.
Okay. And I will not have any weapons. I will sheath my mighty rapier.
Okay. You're gonna sheath your rapier as she comes down. Okay.
And I'll say, "Oh my, you were even more lovelier than your guards said you were."
And
So
she kind of
I'm
tilts her
dropping the
head.
hint that I've already met her, that I already know about her boat and her guards.
Yeah. And she kind of tilts her head. And then she clicks. She tilts her head. They said I was lovely.
And I have to say, you have a very stylish room for a captain. I had to say I was highly impressed by your decor. You don't usually find that kind of fashion sense in one in your position. You're mostly after loot and treasure and stuff, and forget to appreciate the little things.
You said a very specific room. You were specifically mentioning the decor in her room. Okay, good to know. And so
I'm
she
just letting
kind
her
of,
know that that I know about her and that her and what they're up to. I'm just giving her hints
yeah,
that
I get what you're doing. I'm like, okay, I just want to make sure. All right. And she puts her hand on her sword, and she said, I see. And what exactly are you about?
well, I hope I've given you enough information to know that that Despotrix knows about your attempts to kidnap the heir and all that, and possibly return her to your masters of the Scarlet Brotherhood. But
Maybe, maybe not.
we, but I think we can come to some sort of other arrangement that would benefit you specifically.
How so? I've already got an arrangement that benefits me.
I'm sure you did, but I'm not talking something as meager as gold or you know promotions or something like that. Yet there's always room for those kind of things. And for one who was so skilled to enough to have infiltrated the Hardby harbor and trace off with the ship, you obviously have skills that could be quite useful for our organization. But I'm not there to talk about those kind of rewards. I'm here to say that the Despotrix has healers that can remove that scar that you possess, in addition to other services.
Okay. Ooh. She looks and she you can see she runs her fingers
And I
along
mean,
it.
you're lovely enough. You are quite lovely as it is. But you would be the flower of the seas if we could take care of that little cut.
It's been this way for years. I doubt I've had the best healers look at it. I doubt whatever the Despotrix could provide would be better.
Well, haven't you heard she has a mage in her employ that is one of the best at that sort of thing.
Mages don't heal. And she's gonna attack you.
Well, she's not just a heat. I didn't even get a roll. Rude. Okay, so she attacks me.
Um, I would I would say you could take a plus heart roll. Yeah, I could say a plus heart roll.
That's fine. I mean, at least it's a roll.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
If I fail, I fail. So I'm guessing a 9 total. I'm using my heart. My negative mark. So
It would
a
go
9
with
fails
8.
him.
Um,
What's that?
that would be an 8.
Okay, so
An 8 total. If you got a 9 on the dice plus minus heart would be 8.
sure.
You do
Yeah,
get
I
a
did
string
think
on
I was
her.
gonna make it.
She still attacks you, but you get a string on her.
Whoa. And what is this? What can I do with that string?
Yeah,
To
you get one
prevent
string
her
on her,
from-
which would let you um you can add a +1 on a roll, your roll against them, or subtract subtract 1 from any roll they make after you roll, and you can choose to add or subtract after they roll.
Can I use that to make another? Am I allowed to entice during a fight? Because I'm trying to capture. I'm trying to capture
Yes,
her.
but you're pretty sure you've tapped her out.
Okay, fair enough.
We'll say.
So let's see how these other guys are faring.
Oh yes. So you have the 4 of them are running at you. They're coming down the gangplank. And you're
I've got Steel Baird.
All right. So you're just gonna go brute force stab him. Okay. Roll your.
I'm built to fight.
Yeah, I would say that too. I'm going to have. Okay, they actually have a plan. So, okay, I'm gonna get more dice. Roll. Yeah, roll a fight. You roll a fight.
Wait, hold on a second.
Now the combat in here is a little tricksy, so because there's back and forth consequences to each roll.
My fight is
Plus daring.
the daring.
So +3.
So
Correctly.
Total of a 9
overall. Okay.
overall. Yes.
So fight would be 7 to 9. So you choose 2. So you can provoke your opponent and get a string on them. Inflict a condition. Create an opportunity for an ally through prowess or distraction. Take an object from your opponent or seize a superior position. You can take 2 of them from that list. But you can only inflict 1 condition, which would be kind of like wounds. And you get to pick what kind of condition. I'm guessing you're inflicting physical violence.
Physical violence, yeah. Going for the knockouts.
Okay,
Because
so they
this
would
Patrick's
get.
is all about getting.
Yeah. So they get.
This Patrick's is all about getting
Yeah.
in. So
I would say, if you're gonna do physical, then I would say they would get. Conditions. Here we go. They would get hobbled. So that gives you a +1 on any subsequent rolls. Yeah, you're going. I would say one of them gets hobbled. And then let's see, that puts them at hobbled. And then, do you want to try for? Let's see, what else can you do with a fight? Do you want to try to take a weapon or create an opportunity for an ally? Because you also have the 2 coming up behind you. You can create an opportunity for them, or you can take her weapon, or you
create
can
an opportunity.
create an opportunity. Okay, I'm giving one of them a little bonus on the next roll. What they're trying to do. Okay. So and she gets to inflict 1 as well. And she's gonna try. Let's see. She's gonna try to do the same thing to try and block you from her friend next to her. Is gonna kind of put herself in your way to make it harder or easier for the others to flank you. Okay, you're gonna do that. So I'm gonna make a note on that. And the other 2, one of them is going to attack probably the same one you did. Use fight. That is a 10 on the... Yeah, that goes through. And it's going to inflict a second condition, which, is pretty much, out. And the other guard is going to try and fail, to get past them. So it's going to try... Actually, no, it's a plus... That turns that into a mixed success, actually. Yes, with your help, because you created the distraction, that's high enough to get past. So, but she has to take a condition. So they have... So, plus, and I will give her the... that condition. She's gonna take that condition and penalty, and she is going to run past you on the other side. Is gonna try to get past, not fight. One of the guards is helping you fight, the other is running past. Up to something. Okay, then the other... so that's you guys, and then the other 2 are, the other... the 4 are... One of them is going to try and attack you, but with a -1 is going to fail, because she's got a -1 on everything, now. Thanks to the 2 of you attacking. The other is going to... They're all... 6... is going to... go for you. They're gonna split their... Yeah. One is gonna go for you. And... she's not the one with the bonus though, so that's solid. Is going to inflict a condition. So you get to pick, as a player, you get to pick which condition you want. Essentially, you can take a physical or emotional wound, and they do. You get minus angry, frightened, guilty, hopeless, insecure, and then if you want to take hobbled, you can as well, which would be physical. Each of them gives you minuses on various skills and rolls.
Right. I'm trying to look up.
Angry gives you a -2 to figure a person out. So
That's fine.
okay.
I'm not about trying to figure somebody out right now.
Okay. So you got that going for you. So,
I'm angry.
yes, and as well as she's also going to see what the other's doing because she gets 2, and is going to try and gives you another bonus. Kind of do the same thing and kind of try to open up the flank for the one behind. And you get to pick one on her. So you can inflict a condition back, or you can what else can you do? Inflict a wound on her, or create an opportunity for ally if you want to try to help out your the other guard who's fighting with you, or try to take weapon. What do you want to do?
I think I'm gonna try to take a weapon
Okay.
on this one.
Yeah. So it's a plus daring on your part and a plus grace on their part. It's opposed roll. So what's your plus daring? If you roll
Total of a 9.
total of 9. Yeah, tie goes to that. So you managed to take her weapon, and toss it aside. You managed to knock her weapon out of her hand. So that
I'm basically trying to use my size and also just give her a look like, or kind of shake my head like, you don't want this.
Yeah. So she gets okay.
You know?
So she lost weapon, and okay. Then the other one is going to attack you, and she gets, because she's coming from behind and has the last one is going to go for your compatriot. Even with the +2, she rolled poorly, and yeah. Well, actually. Oh, no, she only managed. Hang on, no. Even with them, yeah, their bonus that she does manage to get a blow in, even though she rolled badly because she has but those go away. She had an extra because the guards were kind of trying to create an opening for her specifically. She manages to hit. So she's gonna inflict another condition on you. And you get to pick which one, and then yeah, she's rolling the condition, and yeah, so you get another condition, and yeah, she only gets 2 on that. Yeah, she gets 2, not 3. So, what's the other one? And a string. Okay, she's gonna take that as well. Whichever one you want to use.
Yeah. I feel guilty for taking the sword because it kind of goes along with my restricting them, taking away their free will, taking away their sword takes away their ability to defend themselves. But I don't. Let's see here. Where is it? Yeah, my vow is to never deprive everyone of their freedom ever again. That doesn't really depend on their freedom because I haven't restrained them. So yeah, I'll go ahead and take guilty. I feel guilty that the fact that I'm gonna have to, knock some sense into them,
Mm.
and that they might end up losing their freedom because of it.
May or may not, but yes, but D is going to come and attack your compatriot, and with the bonus is going to manage to a mixed success, which means take a condition, and also but so is guard is going to go. She's going to take angry, and then you're going to be hobbled. Okay, and give her friend a +1. Okay, so she gets that, and then we're gonna cut to Nelf. Are you gonna try? She's gonna try and fight you.
Okay. This is what I would like to do when it's my turn.
Yeah.
I'm going to use Truth of Heart and Blade,
Oh, okay.
and I'll be using repartee, which is when you figure a person out during physical combat, you may also ask, even of a 6 or below, what would make you run away with me, and where did you learn to fight?
Okay. Well, she's gonna make her fight first.
Sure.
Well, and fail utterly. That's 3 on the dice. That's not gonna happen.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's a 5 altogether. So, she is, she's not gonna manage. And, so she's gonna do that. And the, she's gonna do that. And so that's her. So you're going to figure a person out. So you're gonna roll a plus wit on her,
Yes,
and then
is...
see what, and then take the truth, heart, and blade as well, essentially.
And well, that's it. It's all like part of the thing, I guess.
Yeah.
So, like when you figure out,
you would roll a figure a person out, and then you would be able to pull that because you're using it during combat. You get to pull a truth of heart and blade as well, if you even on a 6 or less. So I think
I did figure her out.
Yeah, so you would roll the plus wit, and what did you get?
Oh, I got an 8 + 2, so 10.
Yeah. So you would get a +10. So you would get the truth of heart and blade question, and let's see. You would so you get to you can ask a few other questions, but the truth of heart and blade, and you said what would make her run away with you? You know that the contract comes about, so you would have to let her finish the contract.
Well, I asked her that, but will she tell me what that contract is?
Yeah, almost certainly. Well, you would So, she would have to kill. Her plan is kill the heir. That is, she's been hired to do that, and so if you let her do that, she would run away with you, possibly. But she is going to finish that contract one way or the other. But she's not necessarily going to finish you off. So if you were willing to cut a deal, and take off, you could come with her crew. You could.
Is there a way I can get her not to do the contract? Like, point out. Can I take a brief look back and see how well Greta and those guys are doing in their fight?
They're okay. One of the guards is hurt. The other looks about to die, and one of them has lost her sword. So, and there are 4 of them. So, they're doing okay.
Not her guard.
We're holding our own. Don't worry about us.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
well, I
I
mean,
wanted to
they're fighting,
to
so
make it look like
yeah.
to see if they were doing well. Because if they were doing well, then I could use that as a
Yeah,
reason why she should.
middling, they're definitely getting there, and it's probably not. They're probably gonna win out. You'd say they're not like in danger of losing, but they're not like thrashing them either.
Right.
And yeah, you would kind of get the feeling that um, she has a emotional connection to whoever she did this contract with. You've gathered that much from the way she talks about it, so that's you're gonna have to break that as well.
Okay, so how often are you able to use these moves? So
Once per turn, but you basically, I would say figure a person out. You would get, I'd say, about 2, and then you've probably exhausted what you know on them. But yes, hypothetically you could do it every turn, but after 2, I would say you've pretty much exhausted what.
no, I guess I'm having to switch tactics
Yeah.
here. There's another one where if someone I was smitten with, it doesn't work out.
Oh yeah. You could use that.
When you lose your smitten status with someone who has no strings on you, take a +1 forward to any act.
I would say
press
yes.
your
You
latest
could
crush.
absolutely pull that your next round. But that's you two.
But
then we switch back to
Yep.
Greta and the guards. You get to go first. There's one who is basically last legs. You could kill her almost certainly. There's one who's hurt. There's one who's lost her sword, and there's a fourth who managed to attack you.
Well, I'm gonna swing at the one that managed to attack me. I'll let the minions take care of the one that's down or the one that's hurt.
You going after the one who attacked you?
I'm going after the one attack. I'm angry.
Yeah,
she hit me.
That's fair. Go for it. Roll to fight.
That would be a total of a 12.
Okay, so you get 3. So absolutely she gets condition. She's hurt. Then she takes that as well. She gets that, and you get 2 more out of the list. So you can that's the thing about this, is that there's all sorts of maneuvers and stuff you're pulling, but you can gain a string, you can create an opportunity for an ally, or take an object. You could also take her sword.
I get to do 2 of them?
Yeah, you get 2 of them. 2 more.
I'll take the string and take her sword too.
Okay. Well, she gets a plus, a roll to try to resist. So, roll a plus daring to try to take the sword, and she gets the string. I'll note that. With a plus daring to try to take her sword.
I got it. Only a 7 this time.
7.
Opportunity's there for her to keep it.
Yeah, she manages to pull it just out of your grasp, but she's shaken a little bit by that. But yeah.
And now I'm starting to snarl.
Yeah. Then she's going to try to pull that back on you. She's going to try to take your sword.
So, another daring?
You can use daring or grace, whichever's higher.
Duh.
And she has to use daring.
Another 7.
She got a 7 as well, and I will say you get the tie. So you managed to keep your sword, but just barely. Alright, the other guard is going to go for the one who's hobbled, and she's going to roll plus fight. Yep, so that guard is down. She takes her out fully. Yeah, and she doesn't get any. She gets to take 1 back. She gets +1. Yeah, she's gonna take that condition and yeah, is going to get her down. So that's her. Oh, and she's going to also give you, because she got a +7. Yeah, she's going to give you a move herself to kind of come around to threaten the one you're fighting with, and give you a +1 on your next roll against her. Dee is going to have to use a Defy to grab her sword back, and she manages it, so she gets the sword back. And I think, does she get anything else with 8? Yeah, so she gets yeah, no, Divine Disaster doesn't give you any bonuses. She just gets the sword back to do that. So she gets her sword back. Then see who's hobbled but gets a +1 is going to try and go for you again. Oh, that's really good. She absolutely inflicts another condition on you. And
I will go ahead and
That's
take the
not-
hobbled.
That's
Okay.
not good.
yeah. And also is going to give her friend another +1 and create an opportunity, and then what else? Because she gets one more. Is gonna take a string on you. Yeah. She's definitely gonna do that. I don't know if that cancels each other out, but because you're getting deep into the thick of
We
it.
both have strength over each other, right?
Yeah, and then she is going after your compatriot, has been doing that. And that, so she's going to take, she's not going to do that, but she's going to take, ooh, she's not looking so good, but, and is going to take that, and she's going to take, yes, yeah, that's about how much she's going to do. So, condition, and she's going to give her up to a +2. Alright. And that brings it back to Captain and Nelf.
Mhm.
Alright.
So does she show any signs of hesitancy to my question?
She definitely, you can see something hard in her face, and she is, like, you can see there's a determination in her face. Like, she is absolutely going to do this. But she doesn't like the way she speaks. You know, she doesn't like it being poked at, but she's got some attachment to whatever this is. And, you could probably leverage that if you wanted.
Okay. Well, that's what I'll do for my turn, but I guess she gets whatever.
So
attack
what's
is.
your, yeah, she's going to roll another fight against you. And succeed at stabbing you. So you take a condition.
Okay.
And
Conditions. I have those are on the list that you sent me.
yes, the list. You can take one of those. You get to choose.
I will take.
Note that if you take all,
What is emotion? Do what?
you could take hobbled, battered, or hobbled. You can take hobbled. That's the 3. You can take one of the physical ones instead of all the emotional ones.
Oh, hobbled, battled, or last leg.
Yes, hobbled. You take the first one. Those are taken in order if you want to take the physical wound. And if you get to last legs and take another condition, you do risk death for your character. I will say.
Well, I will take hobbled
Okay,
because I would much rather use plus daring than grace, anyways.
fair enough. Are you sure you want to use daring instead of grace when you fight? When you're a physical fighter or a grace-based fighter?
I'm a daring fighter. I have +2 to daring.
Oh, thought I really look at the character sheet because I um
Oh no, I only get
+1 to daring,
okay.
+2 grace.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So it would knock down your
Oh,
bonus.
so I've been doing I thought I had a +2. I don't know why I saw.
Well, it's a +2 for
so-
fight moves because you're using dex based essentially.
Oh, okay. So
Yes,
it's
you would still get a
+2
+2 to
grace.
fight, but you would, if you got the hobble, you only have a +1 because you'd lose a lot of your moviness. Possible.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll use battered because I'd be using.
Well, no,
grace.
you'd have to take those in order. Essentially, those stack. Hobbled,
Oh,
battered.
so
They're a set of physical. You can take one of the emotional ones, or you can take another level of physical, and they stack. So if you're hobbled and battered, you have all of the negative consequences, and they get a +2 essentially, +1 and +1. It does stack. That's the thing with the physical. So you can avoid physical wounds, but you lose a lot of other skill sets, or you can just tank the physicals, but then it stacks and you lose. I mean, the emotional ones do stack as well, but
I will take guilty.
okay,
Can I
that
take
actually
that one
tracks.
so that
All right, so you take that one, and she is going to try and take your sword.
Rude.
Yeah. But she only has a +7 altogether. So if you can roll a better that on plus grace, you can keep your sword. You can also roll a plus daring.
Okay.
The plus grace is a higher bonus. So
Yeah. So yeah, okay. I keep my sword because I got a 6. So 6 + 2, 8.
all right, you barely keep your sword. And she just grabs and you just out of the way. But yeah, she went for your sword, and then yeah, that's what she's gonna do with her roll. And it's you go, so you can do a fight move and try and inflict some conditions on her. What do you want to do?
I guess I will. She seems bound and determined that I can't do anything but fight her. So I will try to use my grace on. I will use my grace on her.
With a plus
try to
fight, a
stab her.
fight?
And I will let her know that this is disappointing because I thought we could possibly have something. I thought we could resolve this piece. But
Okay.
you seem to have nothing but hate.
Yeah.
Hate
seem to
and
have
no
hate in her
love
heart.
in your heart. And so
Yeah.
and apparently I am completely believing that because I rolled a 14.
Dang. Okay. Yeah. You inflict a condition.
Yeah, I rolled double sixes. I was like, oh.
Yeah. So you get
Man,
to.
I gave such an impassioned speech. I convinced my dice.
Yeah. So yeah, you get a string on her. You get a condition on her, and she gets a condition. Do you want to inflict a physical condition? Or do you want to try and you can give her frightened, or you can give her a hobbled. With that high roll, I'll let you choose.
I need to pull up my thing to see what each of those does.
Frightened gives her -2 to fight. Hobbled will start, if she gets enough conditions, she's out either way, but hobbled will make it harder on her physically. And she'll get a lower bonus because of, she will get a lower bonus anyway because she's using, yeah. So, depends on whether you want to physically or emotionally.
Oh, you said I get frightened or hobbled?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? I will do frightened because I'm trying to get her to give up. I don't want to stab her to death.
Okay, so she gets a -2. Yeah, because if she gets enough conditions, but not all physical, she'll still be conscious and alive when you're done, essentially. So.
Okay.
Um.
And then she has to pick a condition too.
Yeah, she can inflict a condition on you.
Oh wait, she can do it on me?
Yeah, basically, when you get a fight, your opponent gets one too. Although she's going to, yeah, she's going to try and take your sword again. Actually, instead of inflicting a condition on you, she gets to pick one, and you guys get.
Okay.
She's going to try and take your sword again.
Does she get a -2 on that?
She does, I will say.
She tried.
So, yeah, she would get the -2 because of that. But, so she only gets a 6, and you roll a plus grace.
All right. So I rolled a 6 as well. So
All right, tie
you get
goes
my
to
sword?
the player, so you keep your sword, just barely, but you keep it.
Oh, I want to make. Can I make this dramatic?
Absolutely.
Can we switch swords?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. So I'm going to switch swords with her and look confused. Well, that was a turn of events.
Yeah, and she's also got a rapier, so yeah, yeah, I'll allow it because you tied. Yeah.
But what type of sword did she have?
She had a rapier as well.
Is it a fancy rapier or just a rapier?
It is a fairly nice one actually. Very understated though. Just kind of like a.
Okay.
And it does have a small Scarlet Brotherhood sigil on the pressed on that. With a diamond.
Does she have other Scarlet Brotherhood markings on her?
Yeah, she has the same overcoat robe as her companions with the small little ones under the shoulder blades.
So it's not overt, but it's there if you're.
Yeah, it's there if you're looking. Yeah.
Can I tell her that? It's like, it seems at cross purposes to try to hide your presence and also have a sword that has a rapier that has a Scarlet Brotherhood mark.
Kind of frowns. I was gifted that by my mentor.
Of course, but I'm just saying that the gift makes you stand out when you're in public, doesn't it?
Very few people take that close a look at someone else's sword unless they're
Unless they're skilled.
Perhaps.
Okay, I guess that's it for me.
All right, so that's her. Yeah, because she inflicts that. So she's going to try and stab you with your own sword.
Me this round.
Yeah.
She already attacked me this round.
She did. Yeah, she goes first. Yeah, so she did. And therefore, that is that one, which we're going back to, Greta and the other two guards, the other guard, and at the end of that, you'll see.
Brother,
But
darling,
yes.
could you be here and kill your and knock out your guards already?
But yeah, you will absolutely go. And if you want to attack the
Okay, so what am I looking at right now? What's the
situation? One of them is down
the
for
four
the
that's
count.
here?
One of them is down for the
One's
count. The
down.
other scrambled and got her sword back. The other two are injured, but not too badly. Take probably 2 more hits to take them out. And they've kind of ganging up on you. They're in good positions behind, kind of with that one. However, you do have a good instinct on the one you've been fighting most constantly, so you could spend the string and get a +3 on her. But
A +3 on top of my +3, right?
yeah, and you already got it. Yes, you got a +2 on either of the injured ones because of the way that's set up. So, and the +3 that you get from your
Okay, that would give me
daring.
a
So
+3.
+4
Gotcha.
on
Plus
either of the
my.
injured ones. Yeah.
So I'd have a +6
Yeah, or plus.
because I have a +3 automatically on my daring.
Yeah, +3, and then a +1 because they're hobbled, and then you could, if you wanted to spin the string on Z, get up to +7. If you wanted to go after the one who's been bugging you the most.
Yeah, I'm wanting to just.
Okay,
I'm tired of it. I'm
go
want
for
to
it.
take one down.
All right. Yeah.
What's an 18 do?
You
Oh,
can. I will
jeez.
say you can inflict 2 conditions on her if you want, and take a knockout blow with an 18 if you rolled a.
Question:
That.
would it
Yeah,
be
I'll allow that.
possible to? Would it be possible to? Well, 2 technicians would take her down,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. They have
Okay.
3 conditions
Basically,
each.
I'll go ahead and do that. Take her down, take her on out, and instantly turn and growl at the other one and see, try to intimidate them to where they don't want to,
Oh wow.
show them how ferocious I am.
All right. Roll a plus heart, and I will.
Plus heart.
Yeah, and that goes away, and I will give them a slight debuff if you manage with a better than a 10. I would say.
Yeah, it's only a 7.
Yeah, I will give one of them gets a slight debuff, but yeah,
I'm basically trying to demoralize them.
yeah, and that did take away.
With how viciously I attack their companion,
Yeah, and one of them does duck back a little bit, and she was kind of sneaking up, but she kind of takes a step, and you can kind of see her better, and so that would give her a slight disadvantage on, or it would basically take away she got a +1 from one of her companions succeeding, so that goes away. Other companion is going to go for her, I think, because that works. And oh wow, that's pretty good. Okay, so absolutely, and is going to take the string and give you a +2 on your next attack. You get a +2 on your next attack because she manages to drive her like in front of you, and that's her turn. But yeah, and the one of them is looking really hurt. But she also has to take. Actually, no. She's gonna try and pull the sword from the other one. That's what they're gonna try and do. Just gonna use this one. I'm gonna reroll that. Yeah, is gonna manage that with the sword. So she's gonna lose her sword in the process, but not be hurt. So she'll have to do that. Okay, and you see coming up, the other guard, who'd snuck past before. You can see her coming up down the gangplank, and next time she'll be on your side. She's coming back, so you'll have more backup next round. Back to the Nelf and the captain.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So does this rapier give me any bonuses?
No, it's
Okay.
But yeah,
Well, that's fine. The way you described it made it sound like it was better than
it is very fancy, but
more
yours is
functional.
also very fancy. Yeah, it's well made.
Gotcha.
She's just hiding the fact that hers is well made less. It's yours is designed to look fancy, and then oh wow, it's actually well made, and hers is designed to look understated, and then but also be more obvious that it's well made. If that makes sense.
Gotcha.
It's an aesthetic
Fair
difference. So, what's your move? Are you gonna fight again? You could decide to defy disaster and try to go past her to help your companions. You could try something else if you wanted.
I'm trying to. So again, I'll take a look back, and how are my companions doing? Does it look like they've got control of the situation?
One of them is the guards is out. Or two of the guards are out that they're fighting. The other is on his last legs. The other just got her sword back, so are kind of there's 2-on-2 now, and you can see the other guard coming behind. So it's gonna be 3-on-2 soon. They've got it in hand.
Three them or three us?
Three of you guys. Once the other guy gets back.
So then I will. Okay, hold on. I'm looking. I'm going to taunt her, and I'm going to try to do something that they don't fundamentally disagree with, but might think it's unwise.
Okay.
In that, I'm going to try to convince her to surrender and accept my deal, because, as she can see, my companions are about to overwhelm hers, and I genuinely don't want her to get hurt.
All right. I'll allow it. Roll an entice with the plus heart.
Actually, I roll a plus daring for this.
On what grounds?
Heart of the moment.
Oh,
You taunt
okay.
someone into doing something they don't fundamentally disagree with, but think is unwise. Roll plus daring.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. You're like, oh, this is the bad idea, but you're trying it. All right, I will allow that.
Right. Oh, so I roll a 9, and I get +1, so that would be a 10.
All right.
And it's got like a list of stuff. Oh, they do it. They do it for a small concession. Oh, interesting. So I'm assuming let me kill the heir doesn't count as a small concession. Help me.
She's gonna push for that.
Oh,
You know what?
but that's not a small concession.
Fair enough. She's gonna say, "Let me keep my sword."
Okay. So she's willing to surrender.
She's willing to stop
said
fighting,
yes.
to sit down and stop fighting you directly.
Okay, so I will do that then. I'll say, well, you have to hand me my sword back as well, of course.
So yeah, you swap back. She has her sword, you have yours, and she's sitting and not fighting right now.
Okay, so I will. Well, I guess I'll do whatever I'm going to do next round.
Okay, and she lost her. Yeah. So, all right. Then back to the main fight. So, you see, because the other guard comes up behind, is going to go for, is going to roll a fight, and that's gonna succeed. So she's gonna take out one of the more injured of the two guards, but she's also gonna get, I would say, because she came in from behind and feels a little bad about that, so she's gonna take guilty and, and so she's, so she's gonna do that. That's her move, but she's gonna take a condition on the other way. The other, so yeah, you have one who is not at all injured, and 3 who are out cold. One of whom is definitely dead. The other 2 are, you could probably get them back if you wanted to get the healer on quick, depending on what you did after. But they're definitely not looking good. The 4th is uninjured. And it is your move, and then you have the other companion as well. Whatever you want to do.
I believe she's talking to you, Dennis.
Oh,
Yeah, Greta. It's Greta's go.
Sorry.
You had one of the last of the guards came back from whatever she had done, and took out, behind took out the last of the guards.
Okay, so all 4 of them are down.
3 of them are down.
3 of them are down.
3 of them are down, and 1 is up, and
1 is up. Yeah.
yes, and uninjured. So
1's up, 3 down.
yeah.
I'm gonna let them take care of them. I'm gonna go up and like head up to where the captain is, where him and the captain are,
Yeah, no, from the captain. Okay.
and basically just use my presence as to try to quell
Deterrent.
the captain.
Okay. You do that, and she's gonna roll a fight. Yeah, is gonna take that, and that. Okay, and is going to try. Oh. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, one of the guards the other guard is injured, but still up. One of the Hardy guards lost her sword. Yeah, but they're still fighting. So,
I figured between the 2 of them, they can take out the other one. That's why I
almost
went ahead and
certainly,
let
yes,
them.
almost certainly they can.
I figure he probably need more help with the captain than.
Possibly.
Oh, I've got the captain say you walk over and you see us sitting down right now.
Well, the captain is
facing
sitting.
each other.
You both sit. Okay. And then. Okay. All right. That's her plan. What's your Okay. Yeah. Do you guys want to do anything other than sit on the captain?
I do.
All right. What's your plan?
Nelf is going to reach a hand towards the captain, the one that's not on a rapier,
Mm-hmm.
and she's gonna be like, "Look, I honestly want to help you. I'm very, dare I say, intrigued by you, and I don't want to see you get hurt.
Okay.
And I think that we can come to an arrangement that will prevent that from happening. You're not going to be able to complete your mission. If even if you kill me, you'll have to deal with." And I just look over my shoulder, and I'm sure she sees Greta and all 8 foot of her. She's up. And I don't want that to happen to you. And I promise with all my power, I will find a way to help you as best I can. And I will give her a string for that, to show that my character is opening herself up to that character. Does that do anything? Am I hearing anything?
Oh, sorry. I muted my mic because there's been feedback.
Like, okay, I guess I did something wrong there.
No.
So-
She gets a string on you, and she's going to look at you, and she's going to say, "You might as well kill me for what I can't help. I loved her once, you know? Might as well kill me."
You loved her once, but you can find love again. If only you look.
I owe her a great debt, and this was supposed to be her repayment. to please her lover.
To please her lover?
Yes, to please her lover.
Then we find another. Is there no other route?
She kind of hesitates. I don't know. She insisted that this would put him in a good position, and her along with him, now that they're married.
She'll squeeze the hand that she grabbed. Says, let us find another way together.
She kind of nods and looks to the last of her last guard, who's ooh.
Okay.
Oh right, because is going to do that and is going to oh wow, is going to smack down one of the Hardby guards. That she's going to have to get her sword. Okay. It looks like one of the Hardby guards is down but not out, but sitting, definitely. The other guard is pretty much down. The third guard has to work up her sword, but is okay. So, and they're still fighting, but it's winding down the fight.
So I'll when I get a chance continue. Please don't let your last guard get hurt. Have them surrender, and they'll be treated. They'll be treated fairly. All your guards that are salvageable will be taken care of. As best we can manage.
And she's gonna roll a plus heart.
Sorry about going this route, Dennis. Normally, you can ask Lee. I'm normally the more violent of.
Yeah. But
so this
that's
is
fine.
different.
Yeah, you might. And this.
Well, I don't know if I convinced or not. So I rolled a 9, but I get
an
negative to my heart, so it's
yeah.
an 8.
So it's an 8, but that's still a qualified mixed success. So she's gonna. She does get another string on you, but she will call. She gets a second string on you, but she does call her guard. Don't just let it. We're doomed. You're not gonna get out of this alive if you don't surrender now. You know
She
this.
says that to us?
To the guard.
Oh, okay. I was like, I think she's completely misjudging the situation.
Yeah, no, she's not gonna appeal to any of the Suli's deities, but she is going to
Yep.
call out, and the other guard will listen. So yeah, you've and you see Phoenix coming up off the ship as well, alive, battered and in a very much in a state, but alive.
Right. And I will hope. Do you have a name you would be willing to share with me?
Me. And the captain kind of looks. Elinka. I'm Elinka.
That is beautiful. And she will. Nelf will pull her to her feet.
Okay.
And give her a hug.
All right. And so I will say, because it is already past 1 and
Sure.
we've been going for 3 hours and 59 minutes out of the 4-hour block. Yeah, you manage to you pack up the guards. I will say one of them is absolutely dead. The others are very badly wounded, but you do have a cleric aboard the ship who can do some minor, you know,
we patch them up enough so they won't die.
Yeah. One of them is actually fairly competent, and the other did manage to escape with just a couple of bruising, but had fled. The other patrol guard had no, 'cause they were there. Yeah, so yeah, was injured but had backed away. So you get 2 who are injured, 3 who are death's door. 1 is absolutely dead, and then the captain, who's definitely mostly unhurt, just and the rest of you. I mean, one of the heartbeat guards is out for the count and is not. Of the other is mostly was mostly physical condition. No, actually, she had. Listen, one of them is mostly mental conditions, but
we'll make a litter. We'll make a litter, put the guard that's out on it, and then have them, our prisoners, carry the litter.
Oh, the 2 who are safe enough to walk, could absolutely carry the litter. That would be a very fair thing, and the other 3 you can
and then we'll make our way back to the boat, and
and the other 3 you get one at a time, and the captain
is forced to carry a litter. Nelf
no, I was talking about her guards.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Because 2 of the guards are hurt but not.
I wasn't
going to
make the captain stoop
so
that low.
They're carrying the litter. Yeah, 2 of the guards are hurt but not unconscious and are carrying the litter, and they do ask that you let the body, them bring the body as well, so they can have some sort of burial at sea. Maybe they can have a burial at sea while you're on your way back.
I don't see a problem with that. They'll be up to our captain.
Your captain kind of looks and says, "Yeah, all right, I'll allow for that."
And Nelf will hold the captain's hands as her free hand, and try to make sure that her end of the bargain is completed and that the captain is not mistreated on the way. She's not expecting it to.
Yeah.
She's not expecting it to, but it's also an excuse for her to hold her hand too.
Yeah, she doesn't. She allows it a little bit and simply she seems kind of off, and she doesn't know what to do with herself because she's an oathbreaker now, and she
but she's an alive oathbreaker.
Yeah, she's an alive oathbreaker. And there is that. But yeah, you guys successphionally come back. The Dotatrix Phoenix had been hiding, essentially. She'd been
Greta.
Yeah, Phoenix had essentially been, knowing she couldn't take them all on, had been kind of ducking around the boat, as it, carefully, and they are going to go tow it back to Heartbeat eventually. And wow, we have a lot of people watching, so that's pretty cool. Thank you all for watching. It did go a little longer than
just Troll Lords?
Possibly. Yeah, we didn't get a raid or anything, but yeah, the combat is very much a give and take. So every time you get attacked, you get to impose consequences, but every time they attack, they get to impose consequences too. Oh, they would have gotten out so much faster if I'd actually remembered that. Because the guards would have been imposing. Dang it, I unfairly slanted the combat in their favor. So.
Oh, so in other words, you made it tougher on us. I see how it is.
Yeah.
We still took care of it, so it don't matter.
Exactly. You still got to be badasses.
We're skilled adventurers. That's what we do.
Yeah, you guys are badass, and you get the healing and emotional support you need to clear your conditions over the course of the next few days. And it seems to be up and down. There's people coming and going, but we felt pretty high, which I appreciate for all of you. And the VOD will be available on YouTube within the next few days. I'm in one more stream game on Sunday, and I'm sure these guys are in possibly in other streamed games for the rest of the con and beyond. If you guys want to pitch, I will put Well, it's gonna be okay. You know what? We're gonna use that.
I'm in Anna's game here in about an hour and a half or two.
Okay.
Then I got the joust.
Yes. I'm in a completely unrelated game on All on the Table at 3 o'clock. So if you were I'm playing Yorick, again.
Oh.
Yeah,
Right.
he gets to figure out who's in that amulet.
Oh.
Yes.
Right.
I will shout them out. Even if you don't, if you're going for other virtual Greyhawk cons, you should absolutely give them a follow because we always appreciate it.
I have a personal attachment to York, having done the artwork for him.
Yes, you did do the art for Yorick. And his little companion buddy who's, yeah. But yes,
He's a little ice elemental.
Yes. Yeah, it was gifted to him by his patron god. He is not unsure on that. But yes, that. So I have Yorick today, and I have another game, but it's not streamed. But yes, Sunday you'll catch me at Sunday on. Whose channel am I on? Anna's definitely on Anna's channel. So, no. Tomorrow at noon on the GaryCon Live, and yeah, apparently they're gonna stream it on GaryCon Live, so that's pretty cool. But yes, thank you all. Those who are new to the channel, I'm Lee. And you can join our Discord if you want for nonsense. It doesn't have a lot of discussion, but we do have some good memes. And I do Greyhawk once a week. And possibly I'm going to do... No, because I have first thing in the morning, I promised that. So no Good Morning Greyhawk early edition, con edition. But I do appreciate all of you coming. Thank you all. Take care of yourselves. We are going to raid one of the other con channels. Let's see who's on. Right. Who's on? Someone's got Trollord Games.
Fan.
Yeah, Trollord Games is on.
Greyhawk Games is they're the featured one right now.
Yep, so we're gonna raid into them. Off we trot, everyone. Come say hi to Trollord Games. Lost Tower of Sivad. Alright? Boom. It's gonna take 10 seconds. Alright? 10 seconds will be off. Oh, Cocoa Bunny's on that one. Oh, and Dave, Bill Superior's on there. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Alright. Fun people. Let's go. Boom. Let's raid. Alright, and I will do that.